bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Welcome and happy Tuesday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all that. Hold on, because I just feel like I'm out of sight of the camera. But anyway, a show we basically talk about all things going on, celebrity news, hot topics, and pop culture, all that good stuff. So if that is a show for you, definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk box office because I wasn't here on Monday. So we got to talk about Backrooms taking over the box office and the Mandalorian flopping. We also got to talk about this digital release. So apparently, Obsession was supposed to come out today, but because it's been doing gangbusters at the box office, they decided to delay it. We got early reviews on Masters of the Universe, what their tracking is, and they're talking about this movie might be a flop, which I'm not surprised. Zack Snyder, it was announced from The Hollywood Reporter that he will be directing a reimagining of John Carpenter's Escape from New York. I have thoughts on that. 4 months later, we still talking about the goddamn Super Bowl. So apparently, the FCC got 2,000 complaints over Bad Bunny's Super Bowl show and the Scream 7 trailer. So we're getting into that mess. We got to talk about Jay-Z going scorched earth on Drake, Kanye, Nicki, and everybody else that has something to say about him, and how people are calling him a hypocrite over the GQ interview that he did a couple of months ago. Got thoughts on that, so we're gonna break it down. Plus, speaking of people in mess, Daphne Joy, Miss Pass Around, apparently got caught out here in a Diddy sex tape. And she said she never consented to being filmed, wrote a whole freaking thesis on her being violated. But I got thoughts on that, and 50 Cent coming out trying to read Diddy over his small peen. I seen the video, so we're gonna talk about it. Plus, M.I.A. is suing Kid Cudi. She sued him a day after I worked the show, so we're gonna talk. Milli Vanilli's Morvan is the latest to drop out of this Freedom 250 concert. I think they only got two people left, and it's two of the most desperate mediocre ass rappers alive that's still holding on with them, for dear life, trying to get some kind of check out of somewhere. And then speaking of this whole Freedom 250 concert situation, it's ignited some drama between the original co-founder of CNC Music Factory versus Freedom Williams and how he's threatening to sue him over using the group's name. And we also got to talk about Karamo Brown. He finally broke his silence on why he don't talk to them other faggots over there at Queer Eye. And Kim Petras is revealing her regrets over broadcasting her gender transition as a child. So we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you can please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have super chats, we have super stickers. You can hype the show, you can do all the things to push this show out there. And yes, as per usual, I do appreciate all of y'all that come in and key with me for as long as we do it, usually 3 hours or more. Never goes. I don't think. Oh, well, yeah. The shortest show I probably have ever done was like 2.5. But yeah, we do long form shows over here. We don't do like little uh TikTok little snippet thingies or whatever, or like a tweet where 100. What is it? 100 words or less. So anyway, so yeah, do all the things, help with the show out there, and I appreciate all of y'all that key with me while we do this messy show. So let me go over to this thing. I be forgetting to put y'all little commentaries up in here. Happy Gay Shame. No, I'm kidding. Happy Pride to Onyx, even though the breeders are still out here running mad over people celebrating Pride. I'm like, please, y'all ain't had nothing to be prideful for the past 360. Well, I would say for the past year and a half, y'all ain't had nothing to be prideful for. So now the gays want to be joyful and proud or whatever. Now y'all want to be out here hating. Whatever. Daphne got paid for doing what? Of course she does. She has an OnlyFans. She probably was too high to remember anything, and she was up in there moaning and groaning, not from Diddy's dick, but from that other male prostitute. Hello, lovely. I'm glad you didn't say hello, uglies, and I would have been like, okay, Dracula, my baby Rue was sent to heaven on Sunday night. Actually, I wouldn't say F you, Sam Levinson. I think it was inevitable that was going to happen. And I do like the fact that in the end, it's like they interwove, they juxtapose, not interwove, juxtapose, like they put in Angus Cloud up in there with her because it was like, I liked Angus Cloud. I was so upset when he died because I'm like, he was such a good actor. I loved him as Fez on the show. But here's the thing, what y'all really need to be mad at is TM Tied Ass Z, or as I like to call him, Tied at MZ, because literally in their headline, they wrote, Rue dies of a fentanyl overdose. I'm like, are y'all retarded? Like, what is going on with y'all? Like, y'all really was so thirsty to get a headline away because it must have been a slow news day. And quiet as it's kept, it has been a slow news day for the past couple of days. So I think that 4 days that I was working straight, it definitely helped because there was nothing really going on. And I was able to accumulate enough good stories for today's show. But yeah, it's been a little dry out here. I need y'all to get into some, I need some of y'all, my regular celebrities, to get into some mess. So we can have something to talk about because I don't want to be up in here trying to act like I'm Walter Cronkite and I got to start reporting actual news. Like we like promoting stupid stuff over here. But no, I'm not gonna sell my show short because I do notice that y'all do love when we do like the music stuff. I notice too, like whenever we have music topics about other stuff, those go over pretty much better, much more than all the other little topics that we do. So I do like doing those, but we mix it up over here. But yeah, that was annoying. I hated the fact that TMZ decided even before it wasn't even 24 hours and they put in a headline that I'm like, what are you doing? At least there were other people that had the courtesy of being like, spoiler, certain characters die or whatever the case is. If you ever, and then they give you the whole warning, you decide to put it in the headline because y'all just wanted to rage bait. And that's what they do. That's why I hate TMZ. Never had any respect for their tired asses over there. Cleveland's in the building. Rue would be dearly missed. It should have been, not it should have been Cassie. Yeah, she should have died. What were you going to say? She should have died from titty cancer. She was having them titties on display throughout that whole show. That would have been the irony if she would have died of breast cancer. I appreciate the realistic ending of an addict in 2024. It would have been nice to see her get a happy recovery ending. Yeah, I mean, I guess that in some ways that's what they hope for when it comes to certain characters, but they realize that that's just not the reality. So they wanted to give you the reality. And it's funny how, like, even after the season, then they go and confirm it yet again. Yes, this is the final season of Euphoria. I'm like, we knew this even back when Sam Levinson was taking 80 goddamn years to write this final season, which y'all call lackluster. Some people said that this was the worst series finale since Game of Thrones and what was the other one? Stranger Things. They said this is the worst finale since those two shows. I did find that funny though. I'm like, was it really that bad? I gotta put my phone on do not disturb because I'm gonna be doing this show. I cannot be having constant interruptions. Yes, bring it on. Crystal said she didn't watch the finale. Well, what's the point of watching it? What's the point of watching? I said, what is the point of watching it when TMZ sat there and pissed in everybody's cereal? Fucking assholes. It's a booby infection. Okay, the worst last season for me was Squid. You want to know something? I ain't even watched the last season of Squid Game. I watched season one and I was like, oh, yeah, I enjoyed it. But I think of the way Netflix releases their shows or whatever, I just didn't care. I was like, I do not care to jump back into this show. Y'all take too long for me to even get, and maybe it's being overwhelmed with so many shows and movies and things that by the time a certain show comes around, I'm just like, I don't care to revisit it. So I don't. Um, well, Onyx said he liked it more than Stranger Things finale. Well, yeah, I didn't like the Stranger Things finale. I just thought that whole season was a chop. Um, Madonna and Grinder. I feel like y'all pointing fingers at the wrong people because there be a lot of allies that y'all sit and lap up they shit like it's fucking dessert that don't even require as is kept, don't really care about and put in the work for the gays. There was somebody, damn, I wish I remember who it was that said, oh, I think it might have been Sean, it might be Shonda Rhimes that said that she asks her straight people, her friends, whatever, the ones that are supposed to be gay allies, what do y'all actually do to like make yourself an ally for the community because there's a lot of people that like running around being like, yeah, I'm an ally, yeah, because they think about throwing a cute little dance song out there, Demi Lovato, that makes you a gay icon. And no, you got to put in actual work. And there's very few straight women who have put in the work into the community. But y'all sitting and just lap up there, like I said, y'all sit and eat the shit out their ass. But if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But with her, it was just like I watched the video. I wasn't bothered by it. They were sitting there asking questions or whatever. Bob had me laughing. They're just having like a regular conversation. They feel like, oh, she's pandering to the gays. I'm like, Madonna's always kind of pandered to the gays. I mean, putting her music out there, specifically her gay audience, has been like her biggest, most loyal support team. So why not do something specifically for the community? But what y'all really should be asking is why don't we have more queer artists that do things for us instead of always being so quick to for the straights to come to our situation. But it is what it is. I was going to binge the entire Euphoria series soon, but I thought the same thing, but I was like, I didn't even finish. I didn't even get to the boys finale yet. I'm how many episodes? I think I'm like 3 episodes behind. I'm gonna get around to it. I've been watching so much stuff, and then I've been working too. So by the time I get home, when I get home, how I unwind, I throw on an old episode of Drag Race that kind of relaxes me. So I've just been doing that, and then just finagling on scripted programming. But sometime this week, I am going to get back into watching the boys. I already know Homelander died. I just need to know how. I'm like, thank God, because he got on my fucking nerves. He was so annoying. And I just love the way that how his father, played by Jensen Ackles, continued to emasculate him in every episode. So I was loving that. But then Butcher was getting on my nerves. Um Frenchie was the only one that was making sense of the show. The Asian girl, all of a sudden, she speaks fucking English. I'm like, come on now, really? And Deep is annoying, even though well, what's his name from Gossip Girl? He fine as hell, but he just be annoying me as Deep on the show. I'm already mad. Well, I don't want to start spoiling it. They already started killing off main characters, so and the girl that's supposed to be Wonder Woman, she's annoying. There's a Madonna acknowledging we have sex and embrace it is true allyship. That's what I was like when she was asking about whole pics or whatever. When they said, "Do you like a whole pic?" When somebody was acting all like y'all was demure, my I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" First of all, you can send me all the whole pics as long as your whole don't look like like a dog's chew toy. Then we Gucci. But I don't mind a whole pic. Did you see Lizzo and Nicole shits on a nigga jump on the slip? No, I did not, and that's probably a good thing. But you said that they jumped on the whole Slater trend to promote the album into. Wait, what was the trend? That they doing? Were they playing Slater's music? Because they not perform with her. And child, at this point, Slater's a much bigger artist than the both of them. So y'all will be Slater's opening act, quiet as it's kept. But y'all type of music wouldn't fit in with that crowd. So it's a chop for me. Oh, and I ain't tell y'all. So yesterday I worked Don Tolliver's show, and SZA's security irritated the dog fuck out of me because they decided, based on the section I was working, because I was in South Entry, which is like the entrance where a lot of the people come in to get to the floor, which it was made into two pits. We had a front pit and a rear pit, which was good that we didn't have chairs because the fact when we got to go up in there and number the chairs and all that stuff so people know what seats they have, fucking annoying. That's why I love City Field because their seats are already numbered if you're gonna work their show. I mean, like a concert, whatever the case is. So the people that put in the chairs do the hard work for us, and I appreciate y'all for that. I wish they would do the same at the Garden, but they don't. But anyway, so her security decided as the show was over. I'm like, what the fuck is all this pandemonium? Because I see all these little kids, and let me tell you, I gagged over the fact because I had no idea there was so many white kids that were a fan of Don Tolliver. There was more white kids on that floor. It's probably because they got fan parents with a lot of money than people of color. Now there was some people of color that was on the floor, but for the most part, it was a lot of white kids, and it was a lot of kids. Like they looked like they was underage, so it was a lot of juice and water drinking that whole night. And then I was like, "Oh, the bar ain't making no damn money." But anyway, so her security decides to pump her through South Entry and then back to go into around the other side, North Entry, because that's the only way you get into the Delta Club. On the South side, we close it off because we don't want all that crazy traffic over there. So you got to go through the North Entry. And they decided to parade her back. And I'm sitting there looking at these kids. Oh, wait. I'm like, hold on. Y'all need to relax because y'all running back and forth, damn near about to knock me down. And I'm not even in your way. This kid was like, but it says, I'm like, I know who she is. How you, little white boy, trying to explain to me, the person of color, who SZA is? That's always the ultimate gag when it comes to the white kids. They try to tell you about your own people like you don't know your own people. So then and then I was sitting there thinking like, but then the security was like, yeah, they probably did that shit on purpose. But that was annoying. I was just like, she was there, Peso Pluma was there. I didn't really get to see the show. I did like his stage setup though. The stage setup looked cool. It looked like a mountain with some trees and bushes and stuff. So I did like the overall aesthetic. A lot of pyro, a lot of fire, a lot of all that stuff up in there. So his stage setup looked really cool. And the kids was having a good time. So it wasn't bad. The thing that annoys me is that I feel like I work with a lot of goddamn MAGA racists, um, who, when it comes to certain shows, they're like, "Oh, I don't want to work that." I'm like, "Well, why do y'all even work here? Because the only ones y'all seem like y'all want, y'all be here for to do a show, Bon Jovi or some fucking Simon and Garfunkel." Speaking of them, Simon and Garfunkel performed for Charlie Puth on Friday. I told her I was busy this weekend. It was like I did the Charlie Puth concert. The Charlie Puth concert was actually cool though. I didn't really know a lot of his, and I totally forgot he sang that song for the Fast and the Furious. So, and he did that song, but he did a cool, like a more piano ballad version of it. Because one of my coworkers wasn't there. He was like, I thought he would have brought out Wiz Khalifa because they have a song together. I'm like, oh, he sang, and I was like, well, what song? And he was like, the song for the Fast and the Furious. And I was like, wait, he did perform the song. He just did like a different version of it. But he had so many damn guests. I'm like, what would be the point of bringing out Wiz Khalifa? Like he had Kurt Franklin in there, so of course it was church on a Friday. Then he had what's his name? Jimmy Fallon singing that song Africa from the 80s. um, which I was like, okay, the 80s nostalgia is killing me right now. And then Busta Rhymes came out with Swift Star, and then it was Kurt Franklin. So it was like a whole little ensemble situation. It was fun. And then Saturday, what was I? Oh, I did no, Sunday I did City Field. Saturday was another concert, I believe. I tell you, child, it's all a blur. And now I got these Knicks finals coming up. I'm tired, but the money is good, and I'm not complaining. You said, "Oh, Black Love is in the building." MAGA's upset because they realized Homelander was there. Here, yeah, well, like basically, Homelander would be Donald Trump if Donald Trump was in shape and was attractive. That's literally what it was, and it was all about the whole cult situation, and there was a, so it was all that child. Oh, look, we don't acknowledge them tired ass hoes. The only ones we acknowledge that did the challenge was Courtney Love, and it was another one that I was liking that did it. I don't know if her music's charting. I know that I mean at this day and age, charts don't mean shit. um the fandom was responding to her music. She was big. She had a big moment at Coachella. She made her debut on Jimmy Fallon's show, so she's on the up and up, and her career is she's starting to blow up. And now she's about to do a couple of festivals. I believe this starting this month. She's going to be going on tour, and so the success is going to be there. But I don't know what's charting because I honestly don't even listen to the radio. So. Mhm. Slater is Kesha's daughter, and I got told Kesha didn't influence anybody. I said Katie and Gaga wasn't influential at all. Who said Kesha doesn't influence anybody? That's a motherfucking lie. Because a lot of the girls who do sort of that hyper pop, um, electro clash type of sound, which is what Kesha was doing, like the sing rapping type stuff. They were if you were influenced by that sound, Peaches was doing that. and Kesha was doing that, and a bunch of other girls. But back in the 2000s, those were the girls that was doing that. Kesha was a little more mainstream and a little, and a little more MTV ready with her music. Peach is a little more edgy. So for y'all to sit up there and say that Kesha didn't influence anybody, that's a lie. And if you ask later, say they would tell you that she was influenced by Kesha. Yeah, they got a few. And it seems like they're more popular overseas than they are in America because Georgina, who does I don't know if you ever seen her on YouTube. She does a lot of she'll do like reactions on people singing and whatever. She'll like a 90-minute video on Madonna. But she did one recently on the Pussycat Dolls performance at the recent what is it, American Music Awards. She lit up like a Christmas. She was so happy. She was up there talking about how Nicole was turning it out with her vocals, which she actually was. Then after I watched the video, I was like, yeah, Nicole was giving, she was out of breath. She got to work on her breath control a little bit more. But for the most part, Nicole was turning it. They love girl groups and stuff over in the UK. It seemed like they appreciate it more than we do. I didn't even know that. Child. Well, I don't think Scary Movie 6 is gonna flop, but the music, but her music, of course, like everything else Lizzo does, is gonna flop. Kesha was always influential. The problem is that the media always portrayed her as this auto-tune singer who was manufactured back in her prime. Absolutely, she wrote all of her ish, so we don't care about what the critics have to say. Hmm. Man, what's Red Rocks? Is that one of y'all spots out there in Ohio? Mhm. You said you've been getting your coin. Well, child, and now I need some rest because last night when I got in, I was so annoyed because the trains was all messed up. Like as soon as I left the concert, I'm like, why am I waiting damn near an hour for a goddamn train? So I had to take one train to another train. I had to take the F to the 7, then the 7 to 74th and Broadway, and then when I got off, I had to take the train to my stop, and then I had to take an Uber the rest of the way home. And now they started doing this thing for the first time this ever happened to me. The bus stop, literally a stop before I was supposed to get to the train station. Bunch of people get on from the MTA and they start scanning to make sure from your Omni card or whatever it is that you've paid to get on the bus. And then people was in my comments about, oh, this just not happening to you. You late. How the fuck am I late? It never happened to me. I ain't experienced it. So therefore, I'm not late. If I'm experiencing this shit for the first time, you may experience it because y'all motherfuckers live in the Bronx. That y'all go through that all the time because they be going after the hood rats. Unfortunately, I don't live in the hood, so I don't experience things of this caliber. It just so happened. It happened to me yesterday, and I was annoyed. Because I'm trying to get to the goddamn gym and y'all want to sit up here and start scanning everybody's goddamn card. I'm like, can you just go play in traffic? Mm-mm. Well, 2 men in one square. Well, yeah, if you small, you can fit all that up in that wide hole of us. Princess Superstar didn't start doing electro clash until Perfect. Her earlier material was more rap and hip hop based. She reminded me a bit of female Slim Shady. Gen Z on Reddit said, "I feel so free" is the hit. Hmm. Yeah, we discussed that earlier. It sure does. He said music news gets us going. They said, did you listen to Kitty Pryde during the Electric Clash era? She wasn't an Electric Clash artist, but she was popping around that time. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know. I have to. Oh, Colorado. My bad. He said huge amphitheater in Colorado, very iconic venue. Well, yeah, if she's selling out huge amphitheaters, then if she's selling out huge amphitheaters, then that's a good thing. Well, isn't that where a lot of them got started? A lot of them got started on SoundCloud. Oh no, not a red state child. Well, the baggage better not come out to that show. The buses are free. Just enter from the back. Yeah, okay. They enter the back too. They check everybody on the bus. So, um, I was sitting in the back, and they check everybody's card. So it don't matter which way you enter. You're gonna get checked. But I don't know what they're gonna do about all these little ass kids because they be the main ones that jump on the back of the I mean, jump on the bus and don't pay. So what y'all gonna do about that? Catcher says she loves amphitheater over arenas because you could take clothes off. You can. You said on outside venues and venues like MSG, nobody gets semi naked. Well, weren't there some topless people during Madonna's recent tour? Child, the Bronx is always gonna catch a stray. Doja started. Oh, yes, she did. There's a lot of artists that started out on SoundCloud. I used to post my podcast on SoundCloud back in the day. You said people were worried she would cancel. I said Kesha sells out the day of. Trust and believe PCD had to cancel because it wasn't like, well, because child, nobody was paying $800 to see three girls. One of them that's the actual singer, and the other two just gonna go ha ha who like who gonna listen to that? Nobody's paying for that. Tuve Lu is always showing her tits. Doesn't she have a song called something with tits? I forget. What's it called? I was gonna say Thunder Tits. Disco tits. All kinds of tits. Is it me or are black women withholding these? What are they withholding? Disco tits. I knew it was something with tits. And we love tits over here. But anyway, we'll get back to more music talk in a second. Wait, hold on. I was like, I had my thing open. It's like, yeah, we'll get back to more tit talk and music talk down the line. I'm like, you about that Omni card. I really do the bus. So that's new to me too. I'm like, Wesley Snipes and two on food. I do not do the bus. You must have me confused with Miss Rosa Parks. Okay, that is my favorite line. And I'm sure when Stop That Train come out, we ain't gonna hear no iconic lines like that up in that tight ass AI infested movie. Yes, RuPaul just caught us straight because she just want us to be out here dancing and shit. But anyway, let me hit my banner. And without further ado, because we 30 minutes and we haven't even gotten to our first topic yet. So let's go from music talk to some movie talk. And let's talk about box office. So apparently, Backrooms, which I think was a shock to a lot of people, happened to be the number one movie at the box office with $81 million that they brought in. And I believe worldwide it brought in approximately 118 million, which gagged a lot of people. Now I went to go see the movie, and I have to say, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't even know that this was a YouTube series before they turned it into a movie. And so when I went to go see the film, let me tell you, I was in there. I probably was like the old. Well, I don't think I was. Maybe I was. I could have probably. I probably was the oldest one in the room. There was a lot of Gen Zers in that room with me. But at least they know how to behave because everybody was quiet. Everybody was into the movie. We was having a good time. The girl next to me was curled up in the chair. She was like wincing and all this stuff over like certain scenes. I'm like, y'all are so sensitive when it comes to the horror stuff. But I hate like when I. But my thing is, I jump a lot of times and I be trying to play it off because I'm just be like, well, I didn't know that part was coming. But and I'm normally not a fan of found footage movies, even though this movie it's partially found footage in certain sequences. If it's not full found footage, say that 10 times fast, then I'm not watching it. Like Blair Witch, I hated that movie when I went to go see it with a bunch of college kids when it first came out. Hated that freaking movie because I hate like found. I don't like all that shaky cam and all this stuff. I want to be able to see what the fuck I'm looking at. But I like the fact that it was partially of that. So for people who are not familiar with what Backrooms is basically this guy played by Chiwetel Ejiofor, who's actually a really good actor. He's underrated too. Anything that Chiwetel Ejiofor pops up in, I actually like. But he plays this guy who is a functioning alcoholic. His wife basically kicked him out of their house. He owns a furniture store that nobody buys the furniture, and he lives down in the lower part of the furniture store where he be up in there, drinking himself to sleep while he got the TV on. And there's been like some electrical issues that he's been noticing that's been happening in the furniture place. And then upon that, he discovers that there's this secret room, like a portal that takes him through a wall. to another side that leads to a labyrinth of different rooms that collects your fears, your memories, all these different things. But the interesting part about it, and I think this is like true for how our minds are, how we look and recollect things, the rooms copy that, but it looks like, so the person will have like four eyes and two heads, and they look all weird and stuff. So it makes like these weird copies of your memories, and then like your fears. Like he had like this entity that lives there, in that room, or in the rooms, or wherever, somewhere in the damn back rooms, that I guess is like a fear of who he is. So like for Chiwetel's character is like this mascot of this pirate that he plays in the commercials, that because it takes place in the 90s, in case you didn't know this. So he's going to a therapist. The therapist is trying to make him see a side of himself to make himself better, whatever the case is. Then he ends up going missing. The therapist goes to search for him, and all hell breaks loose. So yeah, it's definitely a good movie. I would recommend going to see it. There's already word that they're making a sequel, because I wouldn't necessarily say because it's made this money, but Kane Parsons, who is the director, has hinted that yes, with this world that he's created, he wants to make a multitude of different movies. Now, watching this film, because it does leave you confused, like even towards the end, and it kind of has like this Stranger Things vibe in the third act that I noticed, when there's these people that are actually watching people who go in those rooms and monitoring it, and sit like people like the in the hazmat suits or whatever, to see like how people, I guess, react to the back rooms, and seeing like this world unfold, or whatever the case is. I thought it was interesting. There were times that I did get confused. I'm glad I understood majority of it, like with the fears, the hopes, and all that other stuff, and how these back rooms create these little worlds that's based off of people's memories. And I guess maybe they want to continue to create this, to see like what is the back rooms, how was the back rooms designed, but I always feel like the mystery of not knowing always makes things relatively interesting and scarier, versus you having to explain and give us so much backstory. That's what I hated about Rob Zombie's Halloween. The thing that we love about Michael Myers was the mystery. He is the shape. He is this force of evil. When Rob Zombie decided to go and trailer trash um John Carpenter's Halloween franchise by making Michael talk, making his mother a stripper, his stepfather was a drunken piece of shit asshole, sister was a whore, the family was white trash. And it's like, oh yeah, so let's justify him going around killing people because of his circumstances. Which is like, no. The one interesting thing about somebody, which makes them scarier, is like if you come from a perfect home, nice suburban home, and your son is just fucked up in the head and just evil and decided one day at 6 years old kill his sister, that to me is more scary. Oh, I just felt like killing her. Ain't got nothing to do with, oh, I come from a broken home and I'm with my wits end. Just had them thoughts and them tendencies, and I decided to act on it. That makes somebody way more scarier than you giving them a whole 80-page goddamn backstory, in my opinion. So I don't know. While I'm interested in checking out this world, or further going down this deep dive of Backrooms, I don't know if I want a sequel though. And I will say this: Kane Parsons, I believe he is like 20 years old, and he's got this huge movie that's doing gangbusters at the box office. People are out here hating on this boy and his success. The fact that he is this kid. I know I heard some commentator talk about, well, technically he's not a because there's this Variety did an article on YouTubers now taking over the cinema. That you have Markiplier had a huge hit with his film, then you have the guy who directed Obsession from YouTube. You have Kane Parsons, who put his stuff on YouTube to get people interested in looking at his films. That makes him a YouTuber. Let's not sit up here and act like that what a YouTuber is somebody who just sits here like what I'm doing right now and is just talking to y'all regular. No, there are people who use YouTube as a platform to push their product, or to get their movie, short film, whatever the case is, out there for the massive audience to watch, because they know how big of a platform YouTube is. So that makes them a YouTuber. It's like I have to take when people up in here be trying to move the goalposts in regards to how they want to define what a fucking YouTuber is. If you put your shit on, if any of your IP on YouTube and you use it as a way to promote your stuff, you are a YouTuber. So um there were people hating on this kid and talking about he didn't direct his own movie. They were trying to say Oz Perkins directed, like, was like a ghost director. It's funny how y'all say this, but y'all ain't had shit to say when we was up in here talking about Antoine Fuqua didn't do film the reshoots for Michael. Y'all was real quiet about that. But with this movie, because there's a 20-year-old who actually has been able to direct circles around some of your faves and was able to do something at 20 that most people only dream of doing. Now people want to hate and say that he didn't direct his own movie. And first of all, if Oz Perkins directed this movie, I wouldn't have liked it. So this is how I know I like the film if he didn't direct it. Because Oz Perkins, all his films are fucking horrible. I did not like that movie, The Monkey. I did not like that movie that he did with Nicolas Cage out here looking like a drag queen, equivalent of Buffalo Bill from some damn Silence of the Lambs. I did not like that movie, and they talking about making a fucking sequel. I don't know why, but apparently they are. I hated Long Legs. And like I said, I hate the other movie and any other films he's come out with since. Like, I'm like, no, I don't care. Like, if I watched a couple of your movies and they've been a chop to me, you are just not my judge in regards to directing. Maybe the Perkins talent stopped when Anthony died, his father. So with all that being said, if you haven't seen Backrooms, definitely go check it out. I need to go see Obsession. We'll get into the Obsession delay on the digital release in a second, but I just want to give my overall thoughts on the film. There was a lot of great performances in it. It is creepy. It has like scary moments. It's a really good film. I enjoyed it, and I feel like that people like the director of Obsession and Kane Parsons, they have their finger on the pulse of their generation. They're Gen Z filmmakers, and they've got their finger on the pulse, and now they've gotten Gen Z to come out and support movies, which we've talked about a while ago, that there are a lot of Gen Zers that are going to the movies. They're the ones that's keeping us afloat with all this other stuff. So yeah, y'all got Disclosure Day coming out with Steven Spielberg. Seems like nobody cares. We got Master of the Universe coming out this week. Yes, that's good for my generation, but the majority of people do not care about this movie coming out. So y'all gonna have all these little films that's coming out that's playing to the nostalgia of Gen X and early millennials or zennials, whatever you want to call it. And it's just like, it seems like the Gen Z audience wants somebody that speaks to them, and they're getting it in the form of these YouTube filmmakers who are speaking to their audience. Because when you look at something like Obsession, Obsession is a film that is about how young men are trying to date, or the lack thereof, in this generation. It's hard to try to court a girl and go out on a date and ask her out and that sort of thing. So they got to resort to a little black magic in order to get the girl you want. So it's kind of like that whole twist of be careful what you wish for, that sort of thing. So of course, putting a horror tilt on the fears of dating, that just works in what you're trying to do. And horror is a great genre to use if you want to explore the fears that guys have of dating girls. And vice versa. If you're a homosexual trying to date a cute boy. Speaking of homosexuals and horror, when I went to go see Backrooms, and I saw this trailer a couple of weeks ago, but I forgot to bring it up. They show two things. They show a trailer for I think that's what Onslaught with Adria Arjona, which was directed by the people that did the movie The Guest, which I absolutely love. He's back and he directed this movie with Adria Arjona. She's kind of like this Linda Hamilton type of character. She was in the military, has a daughter, lives in a trailer park, and like some super soldiers that look like Uber Jason and Jason X is going around trying to contain this entity that's going around killing people, and she's trying to save the people in the trailer park and her daughter from getting caught up in the line of fire. That looks like a really good movie. So I want to see that. And they show this horror film called Leviticus. Bitch, I want to see that freaking movie. Yes, with it being called Leviticus, it's a queer horror movie. And it looks really good. It looks like everything that they then was trying to do with the conversion therapy, but failed. So um definitely go see those films that I brought up. But with all that being said, because I know it took me a while to get around to all of it, let's talk box office. But I just want to give my overall thoughts on Backrooms before we get into the other things. So yeah, as I said before, oh, and that's another hit for A24. And Atomic Monster produced it. That's James Wan's production company. So yeah, Blumhouse had a little bit something to do with it too. So they got a little taste. So yeah, so Backrooms brought in 81 million, 81.4 million domestic, and 180 18 million worldwide. So it's a global, and they said be on a global basis, the number one movie. A24 claims that this is a number one record opening for what is the youngest filmmaker ever. Parsons is now 20. The previous youngest filmmaker to have a number one opening was Josh Trank at 27 for 2011's Chronicle at 22 million opening. And so yeah, and they said this probably is the biggest opening A24 has ever seen in its 14-year history. So yeah, when y'all had y'all little flops from some of y'all little A24 movies, because Marty Supreme flop, no shade. I mean, even though it did what it did, and y'all was all the Oscar, this, that, and the third, it didn't make the money back that they spent on that whole damn movie. So and then they also said, yeah, a big Gen Z audience came out to see the film, and it was co-financed by Blumhouse, as I said, and Atomic Monster. 21 Labs Oddfellow production with 88% under 35. Overall, 62% Guy leaning. Sherman and A24 co-financed under 10 million production. Half of the audience came because it was an A24 movie, while the other half were Backrooms fans. International filed in exactly where they said it would at 36 million. So they basically, according to Jeff Bach of Exhibitor Relations, he said this should empower the industry. There's a new audience, and they're waiting for this kind of content. We knew indie horror was hot, but we didn't know how hot. It's actually competing with the big summer blockbusters. Yeah, because all the big summer blockbusters so far is flopping. One being Mandalorian and Grogu, which had a catastrophic 70% drop in its second weekend, signaling the property isn't catering beyond an aging group of core fans. Well, here's the thing why I think Mandalorian and Grogu is flopping. Number one, it should have been released in a theater. It should have been a TV show. When you watch the movie, it literally feels like 4 half-hour episodes zhuzhed into a 2-hour film. I kid you not. It definitely feels like that if you've seen the movie. Number two, that last season of Mandalorian Grogu was a disappointment. So a lot of people going in, yeah, because I've watched the show from the beginning, I'm going to go in loyally to see maybe if they've improved on whatever the case is. But you can't deny that that last season left a nasty taste in a lot of the hardcore fans' mouth. And that should not have been what kicks off the whole Star Wars situation. I think Mandalorian Grogu, if you want to do a 2-hour movie or whatever the case was, should have put it on Disney Plus because it was giving Disney Plus tease, especially when you look at like the special effects and a lot of the cinema type stuff. Like I could have watched this at home on my big screen TV with a surround sound. Like I didn't need to go to an IMAX and watch it, although I did, but still, you didn't need all of that to go see Mandalorian Grogu. So I'm not surprised that the movie had this significant drop. The story was a little ho hum. So um it's like the people that went to go see it. And I think afterwards, it's not something that, in my opinion, bears repeat views unless you're a hardcore Mandalorian fan. And this is something that you're just like, you know what? I liked it. I mean, I enjoyed what I saw when I went to movie. I had fun with it. It was a fun watch, but it's not something I'm like, I have to rush back and go see it again. I'll just wait until it comes out on Disney Plus at the end of the month. Because quiet as it's kept, more than likely it shall be on Disney Plus in July. I mean, June just started yesterday, so I'm sure by the time Pride Month is over, we'll be back to Mandalorian and Grogu will be out. You'll be able to watch it probably around the same time Madonna's new album comes out. So, so it came in. So I should tell you, it came in third because first place was Backroom, second place was Obsession, third place was Mandalorian and Grogu. So um, they also said that Backrooms also set several box office benchmarks. It delivered the largest opening weekend ever for A24, crushing the record set by Alex Garland's 2024 thriller Civil War. I actually saw that in movie in IMAX, and I had a good time with that movie. Kaylee Spaney played the young ingenue reporter to Kirsten Dunst. Oh my God, I cannot believe how much I love Civil War. And when you look back on that movie, I'm like, it feels so true to life of what's going on now in this country. So they were before their time. I mean, they were right on time and before their time when they put that movie out. And so yeah, that was a good one. And I want to see if there's anything else. We don't need to go into all this extra stuff that they're talking about because this is a long ass article, too. What other movies came out? Oh, speaking of which, do y'all know Is God Is already available to watch at home? I'm like, didn't that movie just come out like 2 weeks ago? But because it flopped already, you can watch it at home. I looked on Prime Video last night and it was already up there. You could rent it at home. That and the new Guy Ritchie movie that he did in the Gray with Jake Gyllenhaal and Henry Cavill, you can watch that at home too. So those movies flop so bad, you can literally watch them at home. So I guess at the end of the day, congratulations to all of. Hold on, because now it's just like my thing is acting up. I was like, congratulations, I guess, to everybody that um had hits and didn't have hits over the weekend. Now, before we get to the rest of the stuff that we want to talk about, or I wrap this up, let's get into this story. So, I guess congratulations to Obsession because the movie is doing so well that they decided to expand upon its um theatrical release because it's doing so well. They said this is the first film in 44 years since E.T. that every week the movie came out, the the viewership would increase, not decrease. So, um, so yeah, according to World of Real, they said it really feels like the most significant movie weekend of the decade. You have Backrooms and Obsession, both with a combined budget of under $10 million, dominating a new Star Wars movie that cost $165 million. It's virtually unheard of, and the landscape seems to be shifting by the day. Which I guess people are trying to tell y'all that they rather watch something that has some deep meaning and doesn't cost much versus you spending $200 million on a budget of just whimsy bullshit on a goddamn screen. Nobody wants to see all of that. I mean, unless you really gonna wow us with something deep in within the story that warrants you spending $200 million on a budget. But for the most part, people want a lot of the new generation. They're all about. They want connection and thought and all the stuff. That's what Gen Z want. And I think it's because they came up at a time of digital. So there's just been this disconnect that they were raised up in. We are the well, I'll say for me, I'm from a different generation. I'm an elder millennial. So I come from a generation where I knew of a time before the internet became what it became. So I understand that feeling of going out and playing outside and hanging out with your friends and doing all the things before we relied on cell phones and computers and all the tech stuff that have kept us so disconnected from other human beings. But this new generation, they want what we had when we were growing up. And you kind of see that with the type of films that they're going for. Because, like I said, with Obsession, the whole dating situation, and then when you look at uh Backrooms, it takes place in the 90s, a time before computers became, what it is now. So they said that June 2nd digital release, yeah, because Obsession was supposed to come out on digital today. It's supposed to be the unrated version, which is why I said I was going to sit and wait. There's really no point in me going to the movies. And they probably was like, yeah, uh-huh. So they probably knew that based on, because that's my thought process. Like, wait a minute, we're gaining more people because of word of mouth or people going back multiple times to watch the movie. Why would we pull that to go put it on digital? You still more money is still to be made in a theater. So why not continue to ride that wave until the numbers start to dip? That would make more sense. Which I don't understand why studios would be like, oh no, we still gonna stick to that 29 or that short little window of like 3 weeks. Like, no. Stick it out for as long as you can. Ride it till the wheels fall off. Which I don't like money. Studios, y'all be up here complaining about how y'all lose so much damn money. Shit. So they said the June digital release date has officially been scrapped by Universal slash Focus. Curry Barker's film is now expected to receive a 45-day exclusive theatrical window, a privilege usually reserved for Universal's biggest blockbusters. There's no way that this film was going the digital route on Tuesday. It has exceeded all expectations. The film is packing theaters and exhibitors, would have been furious by the early digital release. So far, Obsession has grossed 148 million worldwide, with 105 million of that total coming domestically, and it still hasn't opened in a number of international markets. The film, which screened in TIFF's Midnight Madness program last September was made for just $750,000. So you knew it definitely made quadruple or maybe even more amount of the money, or at least that's what the creators say at this moment. But I actually believe it. If y'all say y'all made this movie for under $1 million, I'm gonna believe it. Now, when measuring profitability by return of investment, some low budget films outperform even the biggest Hollywood blockbusters. The most famous example is Paranormal Activity, which came out in 2007, which was produced for approximately 100, well, 15 grand and went on to earn nearly $193 million worldwide, making it one of the highest um, return on investment, ROI for short, films ever made. Similarly, the Blair Witch Project, I remember, was created on a budget of $60,000 roughly and generated about 248 million at the global box office. And now they're talking about they're making another Blair Witch movie and bringing back some of the original cast members. I think they'll be coming in to produce this new version, but quite frankly, do we need another one of these movies? Do we need another Blair Witch? No, because I didn't like any of the other ones. Y'all came out with the sequel with Emily Burgle. All of a sudden wasn't that the one where she had like these little? Oh no, that was Rage Carrie too. Where they had like they did like a regular version. It wasn't like a found footage one, but they did a sequel. The Blair Witch Project. It was not good. I think what was it called? Return to Blair Witch or something. It wasn't good. And they tried making so many different iterations of it, and it wasn't working. So whatever. But anyway, but in regards to all of this, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards of the whole box office? Have you seen Backrooms? What were your overall thoughts? What do you also think about Obsession getting their June 2nd digital release date pushed back because the movie's just been doing gangbusters at the box office? So whatever your thoughts are on this whole situation, let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right. As I chat, we got a lot of comments. So hold on, let me pull them up so we can get into Disco Tits. When she performed it at Jimmy Fallon, he had to say there's Toblo singing her latest from her upcoming album, Ladywood. I was like, he can't say the song title. No, that's how corny these things are. And I guess you'll know the reason why when we get to the story about the FCC getting complaints from people over a Scream 7 trailer and Bad Bunny's performance. So you get these little uptight morons who just want to call on. She said, let's go tits. Even though you got whole titties and you the main one complaining. It's like, shut up. No, it was corny. I was sitting there in the movies looking at this like, the fuck is this shit? Where have all the Hollywood legends like Vanessa Del Rio gone? Wasn't she a porn star? As I think Backrooms was a was a creepy pasta that got turned into multiple games of the media too, including an episode in American Horror. Well, I can't even vouch for the American Horror Stories thing because I could never make it through a full season of American Horror Story, let alone all the anthology episodes in stories. Had to mute the plot summary because child, I'm watching it this week. But I didn't tell no spoilers. I just basically was telling you like what Backrooms is. But if you want to go in completely blind, which is what I did, I would recommend it because then um yeah, I think you'll enjoy it even more because you're not aware of what this movie's about. Because I went in completely like, what is this movie about? I've been hearing so many things about it. I'm just curious. I didn't read no reviews. I didn't read no articles. I didn't even know that it was a series on YouTube before they made it into a movie. It's matinee day. I'm seeing Backrooms and Obsession tonight. I always thought matinees was early in the day. Oh, they do a specific day of just matinee for matinee prices. I mean, I think we do that in New York too. It's called, I think it was at $5 Tuesdays. But with me, I have a list, so it don't affect me. But I guess if I want to take multiple people with me, then the $5 thing would work. Low key love the performance and obsession, but the ending and some the choices were a bit underwhelming or not that. Well, I heard that some of the logical stuff in the movie makes no sense, but who needs logic when it's the type of movie that it is? So maybe it was from a logical standpoint, you were probably just disappointed. The idea of backrooms also comes from micro aesthetics such as weird core and trauma core, where certain rooms have a sense of a disturbing nostalgia, i.e., living room, dated furniture. We get it because there was a lot of like stacked up furniture and glued furniture together, and there was like a mountain of furniture when they come through the wall in this specific room. Then you look at there's a stop sign where the letters is actually spelled in reverse. So it was like all these little weird symbolism things that was in the movie. Then I was like, yeah, I felt like I was just it was just like one big labyrinth of a mind fuck, and I was just fascinated by everything that was going on in this movie. So it definitely felt like, could you imagine if you would have took some acid and watched this movie? You really would have been on a fucked up acid trip if you sat and watched this movie while you were high or something. This movie would really, I think, f with you. There's a lot of potential in basing a movie around trauma core and liminal spaces. I used to be obsessed with. Well, you're gonna be obsessed with this movie because it was definitely given like a David Lynch type of. It definitely had like this Lynchian type of vibe to it. Wait, who are you talking about, Willis? You said not too much of your sis. Dismissing YouTube and the future of cinema because the directors have a fan base and might be. Hello, that's because that's what I was watching. What was it? I think I was watching John Campion's show, and he kind of gave this dismissive thing of that yesterday, and he kind of annoyed me with it. And I'm just sitting there like, anything that he's not a YouTuber. He just put his stuff on YouTube. He's a fucking YouTuber. What are you talking about? Like, YouTube is not of the sense of people who just do commentary. That's not what YouTube is. YouTube is a huge platform of many things. There's a lot of times where I watch it's more than reaction videos. There's literally people who do short films based off of Halloween and Friday the 13th and so many other different things and put their own original content on there. If you put any kind of content on YouTube, you are a YouTuber. A YouTuber is not somebody that's just like Mr. Beast. That's not what that is. So I hate that people always try to box you into certain little groups in order to say that this is what you are. Maybe that's what you are, but you can't just put people in this tiny little box and just want it to just be that. Movie studios missed out on the opportunity to make more film adaptations of creepy pastas back when they were in their peak popularity. Well, Hollywood's always late to the party when it comes to stuff. Sequels and remakes are out. Yeah, they are. I think at this point, people are so over sequels and remakes. I know I am, but here we are going to be talking about a couple of remakes later on in the show. I went Sunday morning and not, well, damn. Well, you know what? I can't talk because I do be getting up going to early movies and stuff too. There's been times I've gone to the movies at 9:30 in the morning, 10:30, 10:15. So yeah, I can't talk and be like, damn, 9 o'clock. And you said, and it was so different than evening night showings. The dozens or so people in my theater were quiet and respectful. You're welcome. That's why I do them. I mean, that wasn't the plan in the beginning, but it just so happens it spiraled into me just doing my little movie reviews. Maybe I need to start clipping this and just putting it up on the channel so that way that's my way of doing movie reviews. I don't want to do movie reviews like everybody else does it. I just do it in my own way that makes sense. But I do agree. But it's funny you said everybody was quiet and respectful. That's why I go to the morning shows. I don't like night shows. I just feel like people just don't know how to shut the fuck up. So a lot of times when I go early in the morning when people are at work and kids are at school because I feel like that's the time that I can go in and really get into a movie and enjoy it and don't have to deal with all the idiots. They have to stop marketing movies to 40-year-olds. Talk to Gen Z. The problem is it's franchises before they were born. Yeah, I think Scary Movie because Scary Movie there's a bunch of them and it's on a lot of the streaming services. Like you can go on probably Prime Video or Paramount Plus, and you can watch all the Scream movies. You can watch all the scary movies. and get caught up that way. So there is a built-in generational thing, and probably their parents will put it on just to have a laugh, and the kids will be there watching it, or they grew up watching it. Whereas when you look at something that we're about to get into, like Masters of the Universe, when was the last time we saw a Masters of the Universe movie? That movie came out 40 some years ago, and this new generation has no connection to that. Hence why it's not going to do well at the box office. And that's no shade, it's just semantics. Hold on, because I went too damn far. Internet aesthetics and creepypastas are so niche. I don't think a lot of older people will understand the love, but it could be a good gateway for them to understand how far internet culture can go. No, but sometimes I don't know. Well, I don't know. When they say older people, maybe in my mind, I'm still young at heart, and I don't consider I'm older or old or whatever. But I resonated with the movie, maybe because my mind works in weird ways. So maybe that's why I connected with the movie more so than, I guess, old backrooms, like old, instead of old people. I didn't know about this movie until last week when my friend told me the title. I thought Backrooms was some. Of course, you did. Gen Z and even millennials are so sick of remakes and sequels. I said, start taking creative swings and making stuff. But Hollywood is afraid of its own shadow. That's their problem. They're just scared to do anything different. And then when it's a hit, then all of a sudden, yeah, what they're going to do now, and this is what worries me, they're going to be looking at every goddamn YouTuber to want to make a movie. And it's like, no, can we not? Don't just pick somebody because you're a YouTuber and then be like, oh yeah, because we want to just jump on this trend and you'll kill the trend. Because that's how Hollywood is. They're all about jumping on a bandwagon. Gen Z goes to the movies. Remember, they had said original movies bomb depending the generation. Originals aimed at millennial and Gen X will bomb. Because Gen X ain't going to the movies. Older people are not going to the movies unless you have a love for the movies. But a lot of the younger people, they wanna be outside, so they go into the movies. Mhm. And it's funny, I just talked about this, and here you went and asked the question. I wonder if Hollywood will begin to manufacture and reverse engineer. That's why I said, because they wanna jump on the success of Kane and, what's his name? Cubby, the one that directed Obsession. They're gonna try to duplicate that success. Now you're gonna look for the next versions of them. Let's try to find a 17-year-old who's directing. I'm like, can we not? Like, if he sucks, no, we're not going to give him an opportunity. His God is available to stream now. The film was going to flop because of black trauma and black fathers, the evil. So the talk, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, people can watch it at home. I don't think people want to watch black trauma in a movie theater. And I keep saying this, that we sick and tired, us colored folks, we sick and tired of black trauma goddamn movies. Everything about black folks don't always need to be from a place of trauma. That's why you will never see me watch. I don't watch slave movies. I'm sick and tired of them. I got my feel of it back in the day when I had to watch Roots growing up. We don't need to always have a 12 Years a Slave and all these other films. We don't always constantly have to relive our black trauma. I understand that the younger generation, because they're trying to erase our history and we need to learn the history. And yes, well, when I have my children, we pass on their day, I will let them know how their history was. But I don't have to constantly think that the only way black people can be seen on a screen is through traumatic situations. Michael comes out next Tuesday. Yes. Oh, yeah, they did mention that it comes out. It will still make 1 billion because the Japanese release is next week. The Japanese market is expected to be about 200 million. Then when talk is done. So yeah, we should be getting Michael. You know what? Even though I had issues with the movie, I think I'm gonna buy it. I'm a glutton for punishment. Y'all already know I had my issues with the whole Michael movie that I was like, they just gloss over stuff. But just the for the sake of it being Michael and the nostalgia and the music and all that stuff, let's go buy the film just to have it. Yes, they do. Like you said, are we forgetting the original 1996 Scream had the same performance as Obsession? Week by week, the performance increased. Yeah, but this is before internet, so um That definitely helped. I don't think Star Wars is dead. I do believe that Kathleen Kennedy and whoever was with her under that whole situation, they fucked up the franchise. So there needs to be a way that they can bring fans of Star Wars back into trusting the franchise could be good again. They're hoping that with Sean Levy doing the Last Starfighter with Ryan Gosling, that will help bring butts back into seats with Star Wars. There is a rumor going around that Simon Kinberg, who I hated the last X-Men movie that he did. He fucked that franchise up. And I still kind of side-eyed Jennifer Lawrence. Oh, he's an amazing director. I was like, girl, shut up. You hated putting all that blue shit on yourself to make Mystique, to play Mystique. So I'm not even taking your word for anything. Then we saw the film, and the film was a chop. Wasn't it? What was it? X-Men Apocalypse? Horrible fucking movie. So now they talk about Simon Kinberg is doing a Star Wars 10, and it's supposed to be about the Skywalker. I'm like, why are we still on them? Is there nobody else in this galaxy far, far away that we can talk about? Why are we still talking about the Skywalkers? I was like, there's no other family that exists. Y'all get on my nerves with this, but they starting to think it might be about Ray, which they've been constantly talking about. Ray is going to be the center. So y'all need to come up with something. Otherwise, I will agree with you that the Star Wars franchise is dead. Oh, y'all gonna keep putting the nail in the coffin of the damn franchise. From what I've seen, this year's American Horror Story season is indeed a continuation. Well, to Cult, which was the season based off the 2016 presidential election and the boring ass double feature season. Who this? Don't tell me we're gonna have another season that's gonna be a chop. Tuesday for everyone. That's good. Well, we have $5 Tuesdays in New York. And you said it seems that UK politicians are saying Hassan Piker and his uncle getting banned because of Israel reveals the idea of Israel is our owner. Of course, they're our owner. They own us. We're their bitch. I don't know why. And then we had in New York, they had the Zionist Day parade, and they were mad that Zoran didn't pop up. I'm like, with all the shit you've been talking about him as the mayor, why the fuck? I don't go where I'm not wanted, and that's no shade. So y'all can all kiss the crack of my ass at Macy's window, and I'll make sure not to wash it when you kiss it. So all these fake ass people out here running around, oh, you're anti-Semitic, you're this and you're that. Fuck you. So child, you ain't got to tell me. I was bored watching. I mean, I will say I did like the video with Justin Long, but it was weird how they try to reverse that. So he goes back under the ground, digs her up because he can't stop thinking about her after alleged. I believe he killed her, or he thought he killed her, or whatever. And then it's reversed, and he comes up under the thing, and there's a hole. He looks up like a sewer thingy, and then she's burying him back and throwing the dirt down. I'm like, but ma'am, you didn't close the thing, so the dirt is going to keep going down and down and down. Like, how much you plan on shoveling? So there was some issues that I had with the video. Overall, I did enjoy it. It was very cinematic. This was not the song that I would have chosen to be my single to announce my new album. What's it called? Pedal. How is this the first single that you using to announce your new album? I'm like, no, no, no. Like a girl of your caliber, I guess they want No Tears Left to Cry, Yes and they want something big. You can't just put some mediocre mid-ass slow song out. I mean, I like the production. Vocally, she sounds cute on it, but it's an album track. It's not a single. Not she lucky she released it right before she going on tour to save it. Well, quiet as it's kept, she need to release this album in the fall. I don't know why she planning on trying to release it in the summer. Millennials dismissing today's generation. What else is new? We are so happy to gatekeep shit, not realizing we're hurting us and making Gen Z say millennials are the new boomers. Scream 8 coming in July. Oh, Lord. 5 more films. Well, look, if they could come up with a better motive than what they did with this last film, because I will say the whole fandom obsession thing and the mental hospital, like if they really would have, I think if they would have given more scenes to Jessica and Marco, their motive would have worked. The fact of the matter was we barely saw them in the movie. So when they were trying to sell us this whole plot motive thing, even though it was a dead giveaway that Anna Camp and Ethan Embry were the killers, because when you look at those two, they're character actors. So it's like, yeah, they the killers. So we knew when they were cast, they were going to be the killers. But the execution in that third act on why the motive behind what they did, if they would have given them more scenes that we could have seen and them exploring that whole backstory of Stu and the mental hospital, all the stuff, it would have worked. It just felt very rushed. And it felt very like, let's just hit people over the head with the nostalgia bait. And that's why the film, in I guess opinion of a lot of the fans, is the worst in the franchise. And so far we've never really had a worst Scream movie in the franchise. I mean, some people would say Scream 3, but I have a soft spot for Scream 3. You said we grew up with old Hollywood because we watched TMC and fell in love with. Oh, speaking of Marilyn Monroe, happy 100th birthday to Marilyn Monroe. But I do agree. It's like when we were growing up, we had cable, and with cable, they needed to fill up those empty slots. So they put a lot of classical films on cable. So we grew up with a lot of those older movies. A lot of the younger generation, they don't care about that. Leave Sydney alone. How many ops she got to defeat? I know, right? At this point, can we move on? But they tried that with the last film. They were like, well, they even played it up to, well, y'all tried to cancel Sydney, and people felt like they needed Sydney back, and they played that up in the thing. But child, yeah, another Fast and Furious. I knew about that because Vin Diesel can't shut the fuck up about it. I'm like, would y'all just hurry up and make this movie, because it's been too damn long since the last one. By the time we see little Brian, he probably like a teenager already. Because he was a little kid in the last movie. He probably gonna be 18 years old, got a girlfriend, probably a baby on the way. They are talking about they making a TV series as a spinoff. I did hear that. But of course, Vin Diesel was trying to say it's multiple spin. I was like, we don't need like 3 or 4. Just do one. A guy in his 50s saying Madonna needs to stop doing club music. Child, I wasn't listening to his ass. I'm like, Madonna's always done club music. That was where she got her start. Tell me you don't know nothing about Madonna, but I tell me you don't know nothing about Madonna. And you said, who knew AI would be embraced by older generations saying yes, replacement? You mean like that new RuPaul movie with all the alleged AI they said that they used up in that horrible ass Stop That Train film? He said, exactly, no more black trauma and no more. Well, Tyler Perry, that's wishful thinking on that part. The people will not leave that man and them movies alone. As long as I have a mother and a sister, they're gonna sit up there and watch everything Tyler Perry. And women like that. Is that I think that trauma narrative applies to slavery movies and movies like Fences. Is God at least feels fresh. The femicide and revenge angles makes it different. And that's why I was interested in wanting to see it, because I heard like they go and seek revenge on their father who abused them and their mother and stuff. So getting that aspect of it, I definitely want to check it out. Speaking of which, I went and I bought They Will Kill You yesterday. Finally, they brought the price down, so I was like, you know what? Let me buy it. And plus, I got a good old bonus for Madison Square Garden. So I was like, I got a little more. I got a little coin totter after I paid all my bills and stuff that I can spend on things. I love the Jacksons and American Dream. And you said it was authorized by Catherine's book. And yeah, showed everything. I just think Michael being not guilty, why cover that part? Because it overshadowed. I don't and look, it's been so long since I've seen Jackson's American Dream. So I don't remember exactly what's in it. But yeah, and Angela Bassett played the hell out of Catherine. And who was it? Lawrence Hilton Jacobs played Joe. Candace Owens, MTG, and Tucker Carlson are the anti-Semitics, but nobody is ready for that conversation. The left is, well, yeah, of course they are. And don't get me started with these same old Zionists running around here talking about some goddamn happy pride on the Democratic side and the Republican side. Well, more or less Democratic side. Ariana's lead singles have never been good indicators of the quality of its corresponding album. I only listened to Yes and 2 times. Oh yeah, I hated that song. We did have somebody who said they had a soft spot for it. Is a Dante in the building? He's about, you are not going throw shade at Yes. I said, indeed, because I was like, who cares about? I did not like Yes and child. That felt like a poor man's. It actually sounds like a poor man's "Bring Your Love." No shade, and that was like "Bring Your Love" before we got "Bring Your Love." "Bring Your Love" sound like a much better song because it kind of got like the similarities with the type of house music, piano-driven house music. Except yes, and feels uninspired and doesn't even feel like Ariana wanted to even make the song. I just felt like, oh, let's do something different. Then you were trying to give us cold-hearted snake tease with the choreography, and I was like, girl, this song is a job. But I do agree. A lot of the videos that she chooses or the singles doesn't indicate the album. The album always turns out to be better than the overall single release. I do believe if Kevin had a first time to write the script, well, look, they got plenty of time that they could sit up here and write the script because a lot of people was sitting there blaming Kevin Williamson on the script or whatever. It was like, no, that was God Busick, child. That was him and that horrible ass script that he wrote. Yeah, Kevin came in and did some revisions, but now we got the two sisters that were supposed to be doing the Buffy reboot that's writing the script. So hopefully it doesn't suck. Because now we have women coming in writing a script that's going to be heavily centered around final girls. So I just hope that we get some strong women shit written up in with the dialogue. Literally no reason to include Stu other than fan theory. Well, yeah, we need to move on from Stu, but you're going to have the Stuthers out here still pining for that man to be alive. Message to Linda Perry and older fans: stop trying to make the perfect Madonna. Madonna is gonna do what she wants. Stop trying to say what Madonna should do. Exactly. And like I said, she ain't Edith Piaf. So leave her alone. Let her make her if she wanna sit up here and pat her puss at 70 years old and still be up in here dipping it and doing it in a club, then let that lady dip it and do it up in a club. Because they got an event that's supposed to be happening, I believe, in August, and I'm gonna give me a ticket. I think it's called An Evening with Amanda Lepore. And it's gonna be Amanda, and Caswell, I know they're doing one in New York. I think they're doing LA and they're doing one somewhere else. But I need to get tickets for that because I love me some Amanda. And I don't know why. It's like all of a sudden I'm thinking of Madonna and Amanda Lepore in my head. They kind of look similar. And you said, thank God I have yeah, Fatal Attraction on demand. Well, who doesn't have Fatal Attraction? That movie's been I think you can find that on any of the streaming services. Yes, congratulations on that bonus. And child, I needed it. Well, I was gonna say all that slave labor I'll be doing at the garden, but it's like, no. When you love your job, bitch, it don't feel like slave labor. Brittany Gaga and even Janet, they think of the fans Madonna as a musician will put out what makes her feel like this makes me feel good. I'm gonna put it out, and I hope people like it. How M Diddy? First of all, nobody cares about that tight ass little clip that they showed online. Like he said, it's the perfect home record anthem. Oh, you talking about that new song from Ariana Grande? The bottom's so hungry, he needs to get. Mm-mm. Or we talking about something else? Do you think Ariana will ever have another "Thank You Next" dominance? I don't even think she cares. Um, at this point, I just feel like her career is so big at this point. She could care less about whether or not she charts or has a big radio hit or can outperform her previous hits. I just think she's in a place now where she just wants to create and do things on her own terms. And I'm glad that there's a lot of young art. Well, there's a lot of artists, veteran artists, who have decided to take their career in their own hands and be like, "This is I know what I want and what's best for my career. And if you can't respect that, oh well." And one of the prime examples, and we're gonna get to her later, is Kim Petras. Because bitch, I am living for Detour. I listened to that album on Friday. I'm like, okay, oh, okay, sis. She was giving my life for that album. I was like, I didn't know what to expect. Because I was like, the singles, I was like, eh. But then listen to the album front to back. I'm like, okay. Kim Petras she brought it with the bops. It's a good record, way better than Feed the Beast. The Diddy tape wasn't a clip. It was like, well, the clip that I saw on Twitter, because I had somebody who sent me the video. I was like, okay. And then I'm hearing Daphne moaning when that man put his thing up in her. I was like, okay, we good. Well, I was good. I didn't care enough to straight people, y'all bore me with the way y'all be hunching. I just had to turn it off. And he said, it's a gay summer. Melanie C, Dula Peep. Speaking of which, congratulations to Dula Peep. She got married over the weekend to Colin Turner, I think is his name. Allegedly he's supposed to be Bond. She married him over the weekend. Madonna, Shania Twain, Adam Lambert, Icona Pop, Tove Lo, Ellie Goulding, so many gay bops. Even Bright Light is revisiting choreography. Well, you know what? Everybody's coming out with music. Not you say I knew you would like Detour. He said, but more on that in the last topic. Mhm. I do love Tina Turner. Yeah, I gotta get back in my Tina Turner bag. It's been a minute since I listened to her. Um, like Simply the Best, Wildest Dreams. I remember when Oprah used to have this obsession with Tina Turner back when she used to do the Oprah Winfrey show. I just need LaRue to push her album up from November to child and well, quiet as it's come. I need LaRue to put up some actual songs I care about listening to. Cause since Bulletproof, y'all music's been a chop. Anyway, let's get back into the show because we only did two topics. We are an hour and a half in of the show. So let's get to topic number three. And let's talk about Masters of the Universe. So Masters of the Universe, that we have a new big screen adaptation of it coming out. I kind of wish they would have called it He-Man, but they didn't call it He-Man. They decided to call it Masters of the Universe, which goes to show that based on the critic reviews and everything where people have seen it, it definitely feels like Amazon, who I believe are the producers, there was a deep sense of insecurity and self-consciousness behind this movie. So I don't feel like they didn't really fully lean into the silliness of the film and didn't trust in the process. Because based on what like some of the reviews, and we're gonna go through them, there's a deep sense of self-consciousness and insecurity that's surrounding the overall tone of the movie. Because from what I've been hearing from people, they said like the first 25, 30 minutes of the movie is a chop. And that's like building us up to get to Eternia, but once he, gets the sword and becomes He-Man and everything, like that's when the film starts cooking with gas. They overdo it with a lot of the comedy, like the self-deprecating humor to a fault. That there are comparisons to Guardians of the Galaxy or Thor Ragnarok and even Flash Gordon. There's been comparisons in regards to the overall vibe and tone. And you could definitely look at when you look at something like He-Man, it definitely you think more Flash Gordon vibes, like very 80s rock vibe, very colorful, very fun, doesn't take itself too seriously. I'm trying to find that tone similar to Guardians of the Galaxy. But anyway, let's get into the story. So following mostly glowing first reactions, the full reviews of Masters of the Universe are in. As is so often the case, the consensus isn't quite as positive, but the movie is currently sitting at a very respectable 76% on Rotten Tomatoes. Most critics seem to agree that the live action reboot manages to capture the tone of the beloved 80s animated series, but for many, the camp and self aware silliness are simply too prevalent to take anything that happens in the movie even remotely seriously. Some feel that this was the right approach and that director Travis Knight understood the assignment, but even taking this into account, it sounds like the humor is hit or miss. Most of the performances, particularly Nicholas Galitzine as He-Man slash Adam and Idris Elba as Man-at-Arms, comes in for praise, and Jared Leto's Skeletor is singled out as a surprising highlight. So Rotten Tomatoes has already revealed, you know, the reviews are in for Masters of the Universe. Currently, it's fresh at 77% on the tomato meter with 30 reviews. And then Mark Cassidy posted, Masters of the Universe is a lot. I was not on board at all for the first 25 minutes or so, but it does find its feet. Skeletor is definitely the highlight, though I sometimes couldn't understand what he was saying. I'm like, please don't tell me he's going to sound all marbled and jumbled up like Tom Hardy as Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. Because there were times I couldn't even understand what the hell he was saying. And it's engaging enough nonsense, but it's so damn silly. Hold on, because I gotta go and read what the rest of it says. So damn silly sometimes in a good way. Too often to its detriment, it aims for Thor, Ragnarok, or Dungeons and Dragons and lands around Flash Gordon. I had fun, but temper your expectations. So there was that one. Then it says Master of the Universe review. He-Man wants the power of sincerity and the shield of irony. So if you want to read the playlist article, I guess you can go over there and read it. Hollywood Reporter says Master of the Universe review. Nicholas Galitzine headlines an exhaustingly jokey He-Man movie that's mainly for the hardcore fans. So literally, it's geared towards the hardcore fans, where they feel like it leans way too much on the jokes and the self-deprecating humor and the comedy, rather than just like trying to find its footing in there. So there's like a deep sense of insecurity, which is always worried me. It's like if you're gonna go all you know how silly this whole franchise is based on a toy franchise. Like go all in, lean into it. And then Empire says a delightfully silly film for a perfectly stupid franchise. Nicholas Galitzine leads an all-new take on He-Man in action fantasy Master of the Universe in UK cinemas tomorrow. So the UK is already getting it before us. How dare y'all? I had to make sure my audio levels was good. I was like, wait a minute. Then Sonny Bunch says, I really didn't care for Master of the Universe, which feels like a featured length meme. I guess I just hate fun. Well, maybe you do. Um, then Screen Rant, the Master Universe movie reboots the classic 80s franchise with earnest heroics, thrilling action, and plenty of fun for the whole family. And it goes on and on and on. Oh, let's read one more. Master of the Universe is a winning, awesome sword and sorcery sci-fi spectacular. Travis Knight understood the assignment, gonna blast its 80s inspired soundtrack out of my car all summer long. And this is from Courtney Howard. So it seems to be pretty mixed. A lot of people having different reviews and thoughts and things. And I definitely am, regardless of the fact, as because this is my childhood. How many times have I said on this show? I had the Castle Grayskull, I had the Snake Mountain, I had all the He-Man action figures, I had all my little action figures, and we used to have like wars between the castles and have all my toys fighting with each other. I used to even have the Alien and the Predator up in there fighting with each other alongside He-Man and everybody else. You know, when you were a kid, you let your imagination run wild, and I even had the RoboCop action figure. It's funny how there are characters that you were like, wait a minute, the '80s was crazy in the '90s because how do they make certain action figures like for kids? Because there was nothing kid friendly about Alien, Predator, um, RoboCop, all of those things. But we had action figures, so they made cartoons around a lot of these characters. So it was great. The '80s was crazy, and the '90s. So yeah, I'm still gonna go see the movie regardless. It comes out this week. No shade, but I do feel like it's gonna get trampled by Scream. I'm sorry, Scary Movie. Scary Movie, what is it, 6? Yeah, it's gonna get trampled by that film because well, not probably. It is a cheaper film to make. There's a sense of nostalgia, but good nostalgia behind Scary Movie because Scary Movie already has a built-in generational audience. Whereas when you look at Masters of the Universe, who is this film specifically for? It's for Gen X and elder millennials. And maybe some millennials will be in there that have probably seen the old movie and watched the cartoons back in the day. But it's a niche audience that is here for Master Universe. And based off the marketing, it took that final trailer for them to figure out how to market the movie to a wider audience. But I feel like now it's a little too it's too little too late. That now that you've figured out how to lean into the silliness of it all, I just think that people already have their mind made up. So the hardcore people who are going to go see it are going to go see it. But for the most part, I do feel like it's going to be a flop. It's unfortunate because I really would have liked for them to have a sequel, and I would love to have seen Shira, who they are hinting is in a post-credit scene, get her just due on the big screen. So I would have loved to have seen it, but unfortunately, I don't think this movie is going to recoup its money back. If it does, it'll be short of a miracle. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you looking forward to seeing Masters in the Universe? And they're saying it's going to bring in possibly 25 to 30 million on at the opening weekend box office, and that the budget for this film is $200 million. So unless Prime is look, I'm going to say Prime, I guess don't feel bad about losing money. You know how much money they lost by kissing Trump ass to give Melania a documentary nobody asked for, and they spent $70 million on that and still haven't recouped that money. They lost $50 million on that investing in that, and then you have Jeff Bezos with all that damn fill in his face trying to lie to us from one of his factories and sit up there and say, "Oh no, I wasn't doing that to get in favor with Trump." I'm like, "Your word, sir. You don't want to pay your taxes." So that is why you did what you did. It was a pay to play type situation. It's like, come on now, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Or maybe all that filler in your face and fucked up your brain cells. So let me know what you guys think of this story. Are you gonna go see Master of the Universe? Whatever the case is, what are you gonna go see? Or are you gonna go see Scary Movie instead? I want to see both, but I'm gonna try to find a way to see Scary Movie. I'll probably go see that on Saturday or something. I don't know yet. But Master of the Universe, I definitely want to try to find time to go see that if I can. But hopefully I'll be able to see it this weekend. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, I keep opening the wrong thing. The manosphere movement is dissing the film, saying, of course, it's going to attack us. I thought woke left. I don't understand where this even talk about. Where do they feel attacked? If anybody should feel attacked, if y'all really want to feel like you're attacked. But then again, thinking about it, it's probably appropriate that this is happening. So the day of Independence Day, when the country turns 250 years old, we have a moron president who decided to fuck up the White House lawn and build a UFC cage there for men to be beating the shit out of each other, to be broadcast on Paramount Plus. So we have this happening. It's appropriate because this country was built on violence. So not surprised that's happening. But so y'all talking about manosphere and woke this. I'm like, come on now. Y'all sound dumb. Love Sensation has a runtime of 3:49. Apple Music revealed on the web version, so it's coming. Every time I hear love sensation, I keep thinking the song "Love Sensation." It's that basically people born in the early '80s and the late '70s, so it's for us. Yeah, but it's like, and there was but is it for the younger generation? Yeah, well, look, the people that went to go see Backrooms is not going to go see him Masters in the Universe, unless you're a homosexual. You just want to see a half naked Nicholas Galitzine beating people up on screen. Then those are the people that'll be going. I saw a label executive said they rather shelve acts to get tax write-offs than have a successful music artist, because if that artist is successful, we have to invest and we lose money that way. Which is why I say a lot of times it's a waste of time to sign to a label. Make your music, build your fandom out there through the internet, get out there, pound the pavement, play play all kinds of places where you could perform, and with that get a distributor, because these labels don't want to pay artists. America was definitely built on violence and extremism. Exactly. So, um, if we're gonna tell the truth, let's tell the truth. This country is a damn shit show. It's a clown show. And the current president and the people that still follow him represent that. I was like, child, I just realized I had so many damn windows open. But anyway, let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Escape from New York. So, speaking of '80s, since we're still there, y'all know I am a huge John Carpenter fan. I love Halloween. I love The Fog. I love, well, of course, now we're going to talk about Escape from New York, Big Trouble in Little China. So many amazing movies. They Live. Absolutely love that movie. I can't tell you how many times I watched They Live. Then there was, what is it? Assault on Precinct 13. Not the remake, the original one where Kim Richards gets shot. It's like, hey, you gave me the wrong ice cream, and the man goes and pulls the gun on her and shoots her. That was like you could not get away with no shit like that today. A young Kim Richards. So, um, yeah, so there's been talk for a long time, I think maybe 20 years, maybe more, that they were going to be remaking or doing a reimagining of Escape New York from New York. So there was reports a couple of weeks ago that yeah, it's back on again. So now we have word, according to the Hollywood Reporter, that Zack Snyder, of all people, is going to be directing this movie, which piqued my interest. The only thing that's got me side-eyeing the movie, is he's writing the script as well. And we know what happened when he writes a script. Do we need to remind you of Rebel Moon? So, according to, okay, so it says the Hollywood Reporter reports that Zack Snyder, who gave us Man of Steel, Rebel Moon, Justice League. Don't even get me started on the fact that yes, there is a love-hate relationship with Zack Snyder and his DCEU. He is going to be directing this, and they said Studio Canal is producing it, and they said at CinemaCon in April, and the project has now enlisted a director. He will direct the film, which is being described as a reimagining. The divisive filmmaker will also produce alongside his Stone Quarry production company partners Deborah Snyder and Wesley Collar. Now, they also said that Carpenter is on board as an executive producer. You know what I also think that would be cool with John Carpenter? I would love for him to do for this movie what he did for um David Gordon Green's Halloween, where he did the music. Him and his son Cudi, they did the music. If they could come in and just produce the music for the film, because John Carpenter also did the music for the movie. He does a lot of the music for his movies. Did the music for Halloween. He did the music for The Fog. He did the music for Escape from New York, which had like this funky type of vibe that went to it, especially the scene that I love where Isaac Hayes comes in. It's the Duke. It's the Duke. The Duke is here. And then they come in with the car, the big limousines with the chandeliers on the outside. Look, y'all may call that corny today, but that was the shit back in the day. So where they had like, you knew you had some money or whatever if you had chandeliers on the front of your limo. So I did live for that. So it'll be interesting to see how they do this whole Escape from New York thing and who will actually play Snake Plissken, because I don't think that they would have Kurt Russell come back. He's a little old to be playing the character at this point, although I would love to see an aging Snake Plissken in this world of Escape from New York. But if you want to keep it in the family, Wyatt is an actor, so why not cast Wyatt Russell as Snake Plissken? That would be awesome. He looked just like his daddy. I mean, you already had him playing his father. I mean, well, yeah, he was playing a younger version of Kurt Russell's character on that King Kong, what is it, that Godzilla show? What is it called? The one that's on Monarch, the one that's on Apple TV Plus or Apple TV. He plays a younger version of Kurt Russell on that show. So and he's plays like a Timu Captain America in the new MCU. So why not have him play Snake Plissken? That would be interesting. But it'd be I definitely want to hear from y'all who y'all think you would like to see play him. So they also said details are under wraps, but the trade believes that Snyder aims to make a more down and dirty movie using plenty of practical effects or locations like he did when he remade Dawn of the Dead as his feature debut, then something more overtly slick, such as his later superhero hits, including Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to make this movie, I definitely feel like you need to make it grounded. It definitely needs to be like gritty, boots on the ground, very not too over the top like John Wick, but we need some John Wick type action, but grounded. So I would definitely love to see something cool in that way. A lot of gunplay, a lot of really cool action sequences. And I will say, one of the things I do love about Zack Snyder, he does know how to shoot action. Please ease up on the slow mo, because that's another thing that you keep putting in your stuff. This is not the Matrix. We don't constantly need little slow mo sequences and everything that you do, because you annoyed the fuck out of me with the slow mo stuff when you did the Rebel Moon. It was like, what's up with all this damn slow mo? It's so annoying. So he knows how to shoot action. I love what he did with Watchmen, because it literally felt like the graphic novel brought to life. Also, he's a great, like I said, he's a great visual storyteller. Yes, he's had some clunkers. I have a love-hate relationship with some of his DCEU stuff. I had Sucker Punch was not a good movie. Rebel Moon was ass. But he's gave us a lot of really good films, and I love his Dawn of the Dead, and that's probably because James Gunn wrote the script. So those were some good ones. And but he's directed other good films that I relatively enjoyed. It's just those other ones that I mentioned that was. And there's parts of Batman versus Superman that I love. There's parts of Batman versus Superman that I don't like. So I have my moments with it. Then they have the 4 Hour Justice League movie. I enjoyed that movie. Not that I hated the version that Joss Whedon came in and did, but the newer extended 4-hour version that Zack Snyder wound up doing, definitely enjoyed that one. Also, Batman versus not Batman versus Man of Steel. Love that movie. I watched that like a couple of months ago. Forgot how good that movie was. Yeah, it's a long way for them to get to where they need to go, but I thoroughly enjoy that film. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully, and like, please, Zach, do not fuck up this movie. But for those of you who are interested in what Escape from New York is about, if you've never seen it, I'm thinking you could probably. It's on Prime Video. Now I'm feeling nostalgic. I might watch it again tonight. So, Escape from New York basically takes place in a crime-ridden United States, where they basically have turned the entire island of Manhattan into a prison. And so the president, there was like these people that there was a terrorist situation. These terrorists go and take over the plane that the president is on. So Air Force One, the president escapes in a pod with this secret information that he has handcuffed to him. He escapes in the pod, but the pod crashes on Manhattan Island, where he gets taken capture by the dude. And so Snake Plissken, who is a former ex-soldier, he's a federal prisoner. He actually goes and they bring him into the thing like you'll be pardoned if you go in to the prison and get the president back for us. And if you basically go and rescue him, so you'll be pardoned, and you only have 24 hours to do it. So that is why, and so many reasons I love the movie. So yeah, that's basically the plot of the film. And while I'm a little skeptical at some points on this film, I am hopeful that Zack Snyder will do a phenomenal job to give us a proper reimagining of this film. But I'm curious to see who they're going to pick to be Snake Plissken, because I don't know, off the top of my head, I just don't feel like we have that new generation of action movie stars that I grew up with. Who are the I don't mean you got to be overly roided, but who is the next? Well, if when you look at action, I definitely see like okay, maybe a Chris Hemsworth, but I don't know if Chris Hemsworth would be right for that role because he's already plays like a guy that goes in and tries to extract people with the Extraction franchise. But it would be a cool idea to kind of bring him into that where he can come in as a Snake Plissken type. But then you got to wear the eye patch. I don't know if that. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I can't really think of nobody of this generation that has that it factor in regards of like an action movie star that we grew up with, like the Sylvester Stallone, the Arnold Schwarzeneggers, and the Jason Statham's, those type of action movie stars. Where it's like there's a charisma. I'm not saying you got to be overly muscular, but that whole vibe of yeah, you get shit done, but you also there's a sense of charm and charisma to you. Even like a everyday man, like a Bruce Willis. Like we need some people like that, and I can't think of any of these newer generation people off the top of my head that could pull that off. I mean, maybe y'all could revisit Gerard Butler coming back and playing the part. They've been talking about having him and doing it years ago. And Gerard Butler's still out here doing action movies. So if they want to bring him in, or maybe an Aaron Eckhart who's still be out here doing these straight to Hulu action movies, maybe you could get him to do it. Who knows? So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Because I don't think Snake Plissken has to be young. He needs to be somebody, I think, based off of the way Kurt Russell looks in the film. Kurt Russell's character gave me mid-30s, mid to late 30s, early 40s. So you can have somebody in that range that could play the part. I don't think you need to look for somebody that looks like Tom Holland who will be forever 21 in the face, even though he's over 30. So let me know what you guys think of this story. Are you looking forward to this? Do you like this news? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. We got breaking news. Do, 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 do. Breaking news. Hold on, because while I'm doing that, I didn't even pull up my next topic. I said, what are we talking about? People, Bryson passing away. I know he had a stroke. Yeah, he did. Didn't he do that song, A Whole New World? Oh, no, it was Beauty and the Beast with Celine Dion. Oh, shout out to People Bryson. I was not expecting him to pass. I know he had a stroke or whatever, but yeah. So sad to hear that news. But anyway, let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about the 2000 and late ass FCC. So the FCC won't let me be that me, don't let me be. It's like I'm having an Eminem moment. So yeah, so it's been over what 4 months at this point since the Super Bowl. And now we got tea that's coming out that, you know, we got a bunch of fucking snowflakes in America who decide they got to get on their old rotary phones and complain that seeing those Hispanics on my TV. I don't understand what they're saying. I think they're probably trying to put a voodoo spell through the TV, speaking that me-da shit. You know how the crackers think. You know how the racist white folks be thinking. And complaining about Bad Bunny, who wasn't doing nothing offensive except lifting up his culture and his people. And the Scream 7 trailer. There's about their kids were traumatized. Fuck out of here. First of all, if you want your kids to really be traumatized, have them step outside their door. Because a little horror movie is not going to scare your kids to the point that you got to call up I was going to say TMZ, the FCC to complain. So shout out to the Rolling Stone for this story, by the way. Now, when the FCC released its annual cachet of Super Bowl complaints earlier this month, it was unsurprisingly filled largely with reactions to Bad Bunny's halftime performance. The agency tasked with policing broadcast standards received over 2,000 complaints this year, many of the featuring the outlandish pearl clutching we've come to expect from halftime show grievances. Words like vulgar, disgusting, and indecent. Oh, that's how y'all refer to Hispanics, the ones that want that close proximity to whiteness. See, that's how them white folks be thinking of y'all. Y'all still want to be white? Popped up hundreds of times in references to some of the dancers' moves. Fun fact, well, at least they got look, at least they got rhythm. Unlike a lot of y'all be dancing like this and thinking that y'all doing some shit. No, look like you trying to hold in, a little doodle bubble. So anyway, they said, fun fact, at least three people spelled twerking as twerk. No, not Twirking. That's how they spelled it. So y'all can't even spell twerking right. As well as Bad Bunny's lyrics. Many who complain about the latter did not have the decency to acknowledge they spoke no Spanish. Okay, well, everything ain't for y'all. And you know what? This is always a problem that I think people have with white folks. Y'all always want to assert yourselves, not some, not all. A lot of y'all want to assert yourselves in everything. Everything ain't for y'all, everything ain't about y'all. And um y'all need to get over that. Like I just saw this video, I think it was on the neighborhood talk of this white woman upset because these black women were in bikinis and they were taking pictures but in this little area, this shaded area by the pool. Mind you, this lady and this wide back tugboat shaped bitch and her family was on the other side, nowhere near where these ladies were. But my sons and my nephews, my husband, well, honey, it ain't our fault you shaped like a whole crunched up water bottle. And you mad because your husband's eyes is diverting over there at that chocolate? Because you out here looking like a shriveled up marshmallow, a disfigured marshmallow. So you out here looking like a mess, and you mad because your husband's eyes is wandering at them black women, and you feeling away. It's the same thing. And so you have felt the need to go over there and bother these people. It's the same thing with this. It's the fact that y'all just find any old reason to jump around and complain about anything because y'all bored in y'all lives, and you always feel like because I'm not understanding what was going on, whatever the case. So then learn Spanish. It's that simple. If you want to understand what other people are saying or whatever, then learn the language. It's not that hard. Just like y'all be telling, y'all need to learn English. Well, bitch, you need to learn Spanish too if you want to understand other people's culture. Everything always got to be bent to what y'all want, but people are so damn selfish that this is how they think. Everything has to be on what they want. So, and then they said they were appalled after looking up Bad Bunny's translated lyrics online, as if he didn't obviously perform censored versions on live national television, which y'all already know that's what they do. Any other time when people are performing, if they do let a curse out, it's blurted out. I mean, bleeped. Like you won't hear it because of the delay. And Bad Bunny wouldn't do that. A lot of times when artists are on national television, because TV is so fucking outdated and conservative, they're gonna change up the lyrics or have to omit certain things because I can't say the things on TV that I would say if I'm performing my songs in their full glory in a concert or where they're not cameras rolling. But there's always going to be cameras on because people got phones. But you know what I'm saying. But people are literally looking for anything to just bitch about because you're racist. So then, of course, they said that, of course, this year too. Speaking of racist, there were more than a few straight up racist complaints, like the submitter of this grim as hell ticket. One said, "There are illegals on my TV screen. I don't understand Spanish, but I think I heard inappropriate language." So you don't understand the language, but assuming that it's inappropriate. Huh? They really do grow them stupid in this country. Now, they said despite complaints from members of Congress and idiotic, moronic President Donald Trump, the FCC never found any potential violations worth investigating because there isn't anything to investigate. But before people even had a chance to get up in arms about Bad Bunny, the Super Bowl broadcast offered up something else just as disturbing. Now, speaking of which, I forgot to put up the damn photo. No, it wasn't the incredibly boring game between the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, I don't know because I didn't watch the game. I just watched Super Bowl and I mean the halftime and I moved on. And some of the trailers, I didn't care. I was like, I don't care about these people up here. It, so yeah, they said it wasn't even the boring game between the Patriots and the Seahawks. It was the Scream 7 trailer. The clip from the latest film in the horror franchise aired early in the broadcast, right after the performance of the national anthem. As such, many parents were left with petrified, please, you know they wasn't petrified children during what many assumed was a family-friendly event. Who says Scream 7 isn't family-friendly? Cindy got a daughter named Tatum and her little friends. It's family-friendly entertainment. I mean, yeah, they get murdered up in there, but it's family-friendly. Like I said, Cindy got a whole husband and 3 kids. So one woman said, "My children are now scared and huddling on my lap because couldn't turn the channel fast enough." And you know them trailers be like 30 seconds long. Get the fuck out of here. Peacock has dropped a nightmare bomb in our house by airing trailers for Scream 7 during family primetime viewing hours. The horror. Oh my God. The violent and frightening imagery was completely unexpected and inappropriate for a program widely understood to be family-oriented event with many young children watching, complained a third, who we guess was nevertheless all right with their children, watching grown men slam into each other with body-destroying, brain-degrading force. One person even complained about the Scream 7 trailer, which normalizes psychopathic evil. The likes of, I mean, please, I mean, we have a whole president who normalizes psychopathic evil, but I'm sure that in prevent you from pulling that lever and voting for his wide, fat, cankles ridden ass into the White House. Uh, yeah, and then, so they said one person even complained about the Scream 7 trailer, which normalizes psychopathic evil, the likes of which parents strive to protect their children from, in the same breath as a commercial for the inclusion of flag football in the 2028 Summer Olympics. The spot showed Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts lighting a football on fire, then tossing it into the Olympic torch atop the LA Memorial Coliseum. A dangerous idea that children are sure to emulate, the complainer wrote. Oh, please. I just hate this whole fake protect the kids situation. Y'all don't give a fuck about these kids. 9 times out of 10, I don't think a lot of y'all even give a fuck about your own kids until it's dealing with something that affects you in some ways. So miss me with the performative bullshit, which is what a lot of you people do, especially when it comes to, you know, the FCC and complaints about all this other stuff. Your racism was shown with the whole Bad Bunny situation and then the fake outrage over Scream 7. It's like, come on. There have been far worse things. And yeah, sports is very violent. I mean, you'd be surprised when I'll be working them hockey games with the Rangers and the stuff that hit him, and them kids be emulate what they parents up and they be doing because y'all encourage violence and aggression in a lot of these sports. So, but y'all gonna try to be with the fake outrage over a musician and a horror movie. Okay, whatever. I just can't with the moronicness of these people and their fake conservative outrage. But anyway, I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story regarding this ridiculous phony outrage that they're trying to cook up over this whole FCC situation? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Not Chris saying this is what they think of you. You still want to be white? Okay. I mean, a lot of them run around. I know, like last night, child, when I worked at, let me tell you, when I worked at Don Toliver Show, I ain't seen so many botched BBLs in my life. And I'm hearing these Dominican girls, nigga, nigga, nigga. I'm like, wait a minute. Now, y'all the same, I know black bitches that be running around here with that fucking bullshit, but y'all be the main ones dropping nigga out your goddamn mouth when it's convenient. Miss me with that face. They be out ironing for the hours, ironing them curls out their hair so they could be white. Mind you, blacking in my damn watch and got the unmitigated gall to sit up in here and with the racist shit. I'm like, bitch, you not on the mirror? Them into me. I ain't no black. Yes, you are. Look, y'all seem to forget when that slave shit was making that trip from Africa, it did make a couple of stops. And a lot of y'all was dropped off at a lot of places before y'all got to the US. So learn your history. Trump called Bad Bunny's performance inappropriate because of the dances. Meanwhile, what you did to E. Jean Carroll was inappropriate. Latinas and black women are always targeted for being too sexual. Instead of shit, we know what M.I.A. did flip the bird and overshadow. Don't even get me started on that fucking bitch. Because we got to talk about her later. And exactly. Not everybody wants to be miserable like a lot of y'all with y'all kids. And I think that's why they envy a lot of us. Everything got to be family friendly. And like if y'all don't like something, don't watch it. It's that simple. But y'all said, you said, I know black. I am dead to the bed. I know black. That's exactly what they be saying. I know black. Yes, the fuck you are. Last I checked, all roads lead to Africa, sir and ma'am. Anyway, where we going? Oh, child, let's get to this mess. The story of the hour. Let's talk about Jigga. So Jay-Z basically showed up over there at the Roots picnic on what was it, Sunday? And just popped off on everybody. He did the freestyle. He was like, fuck y'all hoes. I'm tired of y'all talking shit about me out here on the interwebs, on your tired ass songs, like Drake did on his latest, I don't know which album he did it on, but he got 3 albums where he going in on Kendrick. Even thought of those shots at Jay-Z, and Jay-Z was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just gonna go in and let have. And I heard people out here getting mad at Jay for going in and letting have on him. And I'm just sitting there like, wait, first of all, how many times have I said to y'all, you can't go out here and poke the bear and tell the bear how mad to get? So Jay-Z was the headliner at the Roots Picnic, and shout out to all the people that performed. I was like, some of the clips I saw, I wish they would broadcast this. We need them to broadcast the Roots Picnic like y'all do Coachella, because a lot of the performances, from what I saw online, was good. I was living for Erykah Badu, but I always love me some Erykah. Like anything Erykah Badu drops, I'm watching, because I just live for her and her music. Brandy coming out with the cross colors, taking it back to the 90s, sitting up in her room, bitch, with the choreography and the Tims. I was like, okay, sis, now you done got me in a chokehold with this whole ensemble. And then her and Monica getting up there and just, well, it was Gunica, because Gunica came out. It wasn't even Monica at that point. So they had them up there and they was turning it out. So I was just living for all of the performances that I was able to see online. And yet again, black folks got to come out here and show y'all mothers how to perform on the stage. I'm talking about the old school girls, because a lot of you new school girls could take some notes. But nevertheless, the headliner of the evening was Jay-Z. And yeah, he decided to come out with a freestyle and decided to go scorch earth on a lot of y'all tired ass faves. So we do have the full freestyle, because I was like, I'm not going to sit up here and read the lyrics and boss them shits. I want y'all to hear it out the goat's mouth. And then there was some people that were saying like, um, oh, I don't like. I gotta sit here and do a whole decoding and figure out what the hell he's about. I don't got anybody got time for that. I was like, but y'all got time to sit up in here and decipher every little thing that Drake says. So it's okay for Drake to come in with metaphors and sell these little double entendres, whatever the case is, because you had that old fat neck chipmunk academics up there trying to act like that he was really doing us a favor by trying to break down some of Drake's nursery rhymes. That he thinking that he doing some deep dive, like real metaphorical shit like a real MC does, and thinking like we can't understand what he's talking about. I'm like, sir, it's so child's play with the way he writes. Even Helen Keller can figure out what the hell he's talking about. She can't hear shit, nor let's see. So she can figure it out. The rest of y'all can too. So we do have that clip of the full freestyle. And I was like, yeah, I want y'all to basically hear for yourselves. So I'm not even going to hold y'all. We're going to play this clip and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
Hattie's turning 100. If she would have transitioned before I cleared my name, I would have hunted them. Every one of them playing these silly games. That 1-800 ambulance chaser would have wished one came. But 911 is a joke. Public enemy #1, I've been ranked. The rock's not crumbling. The leprechauns have magically run out of pranks. Your son on a federal jail line mumbling something about having too much in his drink. You know how dumb that is? Another one fumbled his, wonder how I get the blame. Niggas' teeth is tumbling out their mouth and somehow I'm the one who done it. It's a murder mystery game.
Hold on. Before we get to the rest of the video, I totally forgot to mention Jay-Z was so fed up with your hoes, he went in and got rid of them old nappy-headed ass Basquiat locks. Had them probably use that C-Cred hair product. Had them untangle all of it so he could come out there with Blue Ivy's hair before she got the perm. So literally, he came out there with a whole afro looking like a new signee to Death Row Records while he came out here and tried to annihilate y'all verbally with a freestyle. But anyway, I just had to say that before we get back to the rest of the clip because he had to take a pause before he gets to the rest of the freestyle. Let's get back to him. And move that
Was you pumped his? I'm the one who struck the pain. That hill you can die on. It's way too much flat that comes from those planes. I'm killing them softly. What's understood don't need to be explained. You want it one way, it's the other. I still on you suckers, I'm all of you niggas gang. I ain't much for meetings, no how. Cancel the brunches, I remember the hunger pain. The price of the bricks going up. It's gonna cost you a beat to even say my name. Heard of a wonder kid? My children is some of them. Have you niggas no shame? Y'all trying to get underskin? I really get underskin as an unharmed player. Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they're the ones insane. You're no maniac. Watch y'all saniac in my presence, nigga shrink. I need a new therapist. This shit is not working. I'm truly on the brink. Y'all better not encourage him. Y'all don't want me to think these thoughts that I think. That nut-ass nigga still stuttering. That chatty patty down on his luck again. Quest introducing me to Jaguar. I don't know why I still fuck with him. You wonder why I do the freestyle rehearsal. That lady back on the stuff, she sound like she in love with him. Her king can't even take their kids. Enough of them. A rapper can't be my eye. I got MAGA Republicans. Them shots came from the very top of the government. Good luck with them. I'm governed by God. You trying to break the government. I brain for 40 days. My neck get flooded again. Wrist get flooded again. My net worth went up again. My next update, the jig is up. I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. You gotta look up again. Niggas look up the hole. I never looked up to them. Got your publishing gangster. Go talk tough to them. Don't talk success to me. You niggas is workers. In perpetuity is how your contract is worded. Don't make me go first, man. The roots remember, even when the trees pretend, not too much of my name. Don't forget who I am. Hattie loves her Shawnees, S-H-A-W-N. I find it adorable she put the S at the end. You don't know, the show ain't even begin. I said, you don't know, the show ain't even. Begin.
Right, so there's that with his whole freestyle. Want everybody to hear it. He even threw some Lauryn Hill, Roberta Flack metaphors up in there, killing them softly, all the stuff. I'm sure y'all heard all that up in there. So yeah, there's a lot of decoding of things that you probably got to listen to it a couple of times to understand what he's saying. And that's what we love about hip hop. That's what hip hop was always about, in my opinion, because I grew up in an era of hip hop when it was about real lyricism, where it was you went in to let have on people. And people say it was a battle rap or whatever. It wasn't a battle rap. A battle rap, it requires that Drake and Nicki and them had been up there and clap back at him in a way. But this is him being like, you know what? Y'all had y'all say for the longest time about me and all this stuff, and now I'm just tired of the bullshit, and now I'm just coming to say what I gotta say and get it off my chest. And I left it on the stage where I needed to leave it. But there are people that are sitting there calling him a hypocrite because of this video. So remember when he did the video with GQ, where he basically was talking about how he loves the excitement and love of sparring and the music, but in this day and age, there's so much negative stuff that comes with it that you almost wish it didn't happen. And it was about the whole, thing. And he says he loves Drake. And well, I guess the person who wrote this said they love Jay and Drake so much that I personally wish he stuck to this. But you can have those feelings, because I was side-eyeing him on that when he said that. But some people call him a hypocrite because it was like, you said, oh, listen, a GQ interview, but now you up in here doing a whole freestyle at the Roots picnic. But I feel like that was probably a point, because I said, really, what I really actually said was, what you should have did back then during the GQ interview was address all of this then, that Nicki and Dame and Kanye and Drake and all that was talking shit about you over these years, and he remained quiet about it, which it's always easy to do that when they go low, we go high. But at the same point, when you constantly saying some shit about me and think I'm not gonna respond, I'm gonna shut you down one time and keep it moving. And the thing what I have to say about Jay-Z, Jay-Z is in his mid-50s and still can wrap circles around half your faves, half his age. So he still has it. There are rumors swirling that people believe that Jay-Z will be releasing a new album. I hope that's the case. That it'll come around the time that he's supposed to do that, I think, 2-night event at Yankee Stadium, which I believe is sold out. But before we get to all of that, I definitely want to get to this clip as a reminder in case y'all forgot.
We love the excitement, and I love the sparring and the music you get.
Mm-hmm.
But in this day and age, it's so much negative stuff that comes with it that you almost wish it didn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, because it's almost like it's a final thing. Now people that like Kendrick hate Drake.
Yeah.
No matter what he makes, no matter what he says, and it goes far too. It's like attack on his character and his thing, and it's like, I don't know if I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's helpful to our growth where the fallout lands, especially on on social media, which takes place every day.
Yeah.
And now you have these pods of cult.
The Stan armies fighting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's too far.
Yeah.
It's like bringing kids in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like that. Maybe I've grown in a space that is probably, I sound like the old guy wagging the thing. But I think we can achieve the same thing as far as like sparring with music, with collaborations more so than breaking the whole thing apart.
Yeah.
It could stand it before because there was no social media and there was no thing. And, you had the battle and it was fun and then you moved on.
Right.
Right now, I don't know if it could stand it with the technology that we have.
Because it takes up so much oxygen.
It takes up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And now it's just like every day they're just trying
they're
to
still talking about it.
It's not just talking about it. Not like, yo, this song, I like this.
Yeah.
It's like trying to tear down the people's life.
Yeah.
It's like trying to, wreck this guy's marriage or this guy's relationship with his child. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, well, clearly it was worth it because months later you ended up having to go in and let have on all those people. So I understand, like you're saying that, and look, we as human beings, we always are conflicted with our stuff. So on paper, and while at the time he's saying, like, yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I don't like having to go in and go scorch earth on people, have to get or be taken to that level of negativity where I have to clap back. But sometimes when it comes to a lot of you bitch ass bullies, When y'all be saying stuff, it's like I always try to take the high road. I always try to be nice about it. But when you constantly poking me, when you constantly try me, then it's just like all gloves is off. Y'all gonna see that side of me that I try to suppress for the longest. The Hulk is about to come out and smash that ass up against many of buildings in my wake. So I totally understand on one hand where he's coming from with that. So when people try to act like they're so high and mighty and they don't have these thoughts or moments or whatever, we all have them. That's the conflict. That's the complicatedness and the conflictingness of being a human. Is that we don't want to have to go there, but if you take me there, I'm gonna go there. Cause sometimes when y'all take me to, when people take me to certain places, I be trying to, and I used to be somebody that would just pop off at the littlest of things. The littlest of things I would pop off. And it took a lot for me to work on myself to not be that person anymore. And but every now and again, that other side of me will come out. So I totally understand that, but and I think people need to understand that too. But they always try to find a way to they always want that gotta moment because they always want to. They're just mad over the fact that yeah. And then some idiot went and said, but Drake still won because he sold more records or whatever with these whole recent album. I'm like, first of all, Jay ain't released no music. Jay hasn't released music since what 444 or whatever the case. But was that the last album he came out with? I can't remember when the last. It's been a minute since Jay-Z released new music. So for you to try to compare what he did maybe almost a decade ago, if that's the amount of time, versus what Drake's doing now, it's just dumb. That's like y'all out here still trying to compare. Oh well, Drake beat Michael Jackson. He beat a dead man's record. Somebody who actually sold physical copies, more physical copies than and y'all going based off of digital sales. Like, come on now. So way people try to move the goalposts to protect their fave, I just be side eyeing y'all with the ridiculousness because logically it makes no fucking sense. But I'm not arguing with no idiot. So I totally get where Jay-Z was coming from with this. He has a right to feel how he feels. Hopefully we move on. But sometimes people with a hard head and soft ass don't get it. I'm sure Drake probably gonna come out with 3 more damn albums going in on Jay-Z throwing shade at him lyrically. And then I heard people out here, bitches, of course, run around trying to call Jay sassy because he came out. I'm like, shut the fuck up. If half of you bitches don't know what sassy mean, let alone how to spell it. But y'all always be so quick to throw the sassy card on a man whenever he says something or fights back on a certain situation or shows any kind of emotion. And that's probably why y'all have been fucked up relationships and probably got fucked up kids because of the way y'all be thinking. So shout out to you, Jigga. You continue to do what you do. He going to turn it out at the Yankee Stadium 2-night event. And while everybody running around here thinking when Beyonce going to release Act 3, I think her husband is probably cooking up some music that he's going to come out with to go in full coincision. If that's not a word, I just made it up. Coincide with that whole show that he's about to do at Yankee Stadium. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding, do you feel like maybe do you think it was the perfect time for him to address all this situation and using the Roots picnic to do this? Or do you feel like, yeah, maybe he should have addressed this back then when he did the GQ interview, but maybe he felt that wasn't the time or the place? First of all, that was a whole ass kissing fest when it came to that tight ass interview. But or do you feel the same way? I'll be feeling sometimes like, look, at the end of the day, you can't run around here poking bears and then trying to tell them how mad to get when they decide to choose whatever time they choose to clap back at a lot of you people who like to run off at the mouth being bullies and thinking nobody gonna say nothing to your ass. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, child, I know we got a lot of comments on this. Okay, let me bring up what you people are saying in the comments. A sellout and a goddamn clown. I can't stand her. I think Kid Cudi should counter suit. Yeah, he damn sure should. And she ain't got the money. Child, she can't even get her own kid back. He said he should. She has outsold an album. You mean or sold a album. He said Gen Z hated that rap, but like people said Jay-Z freestyle, that was on the spot. This is absolutely, and Jay-Z, one thing about Jay-Z, he was good at freestyling. That was his strong suit. And those people who saying that they hated the rap, y'all don't know nothing about rap. Y'all think rap is what is his name? Y'all think Drake and all these little Travis Scott, y'all think that's what rap is. Or Dom Tolliver, or y'all think that's y'all level of rap, because that's what y'all listen to. But we talking about old school shit where it was all about the actual lyricism, where you literally spent time working on your lyrics, being a wordsmith and putting it to a beat. That's what hip hop is about, especially it being founded in New York. It was heavily on the lyricism. It ain't just something for y'all to just throw your phones up in the air and jump up and down like y'all at a rock concert. That's not what hip hop is. But when white people have come in and bastardized the genre, because they're the ones who are mostly paying to go to these concerts, this is what you get. Now they want to sit and tell us what hip hop is. I've heard Billionaire Grandpa disses soundtrack. Sorry. I heard Billionaire Grandpa disses SoundCloud and Twitter, and you have to be so chronically online to understood who he's dissing. Well, yeah, I don't have no idea who that is. That goes to show I'm not chronically online. And show Alicia Keys how to sing a song. Now update, yeah, she definitely needs to start singing songs in the register in which her voice is now. Because girl, you cannot be out here screaming, "This girl was on fire." Because every time you do that, that voice is gonna crack or go places that you wasn't expecting it to go. And that's why I say I love the fact that Brandy is smart enough to know with her voice that my voice is changing as it does as you get older, so her voice is getting deeper, and you have to sing in the register of where your voice is. She can still hit them notes, but you got to change up the way you sing. You can't be out here singing the way you used to when you was 20. Any rapper that can freestyle, especially in this day and age, will always get respect from me, but there's no way this man didn't have a lot of this rehearsed. I don't think Gen Z likes real rap because Nicki and Drake are pop music who just happens to rap. Not just saying he finally took that wig off. Do you think Jay-Z with his hair showed a message saying, "I'm real black, Drake is white, more white than black"? No. That'd be a good question. I said, not you up on stage with a whole afro. You was out there with that full-on Basquiat locks. And that shit look like you ain't did nothing to that. That hair ain't been twisted in a month of Sundays. And then all of a sudden you show up with a whole afro looking like Queen Latifah at the end to set it off. Not teeth fumbling out the mouth. If I was Dame, I wouldn't say it. Okay. And you said this is going to show my age, but I don't care. I appreciate rap music from the 90s, especially the lyricism and boom bap prosecution, or you may but I'll always prefer the more emotional and drop. What is it? Oh, DIY quality out of cloud rap. What is that, like SoundCloud? This was just a warning. Drake, just be quiet. Exactly. Don't respond. Just swim in your millions. Do that, because that's what you are. You are the McDonald's of rap. You make music for commercial purposes. You're literally like the Chick-fil-A of hip hop. So just do what you do. It's about the money. It's about the sales. It's about how many streams you get. It's never really about like the culture. It's not about the lyricism. It's not about the pure cadence of the art of it. You do it for the money. You do it for the accolades. You do it so you can get a bunch of bought and paid for people like academics. And who's that little white queen that always be up there kissing your ass? Um, so they can sit and do these fake discourses about you. Not you saying Death Row Records outfit and got Blue Ivy hairstyle before the perm. He was definitely giving, he better lay low with that outfit. And it said, and I mentioned this last month, but when you look at the Rolling Loud set list, none of those guys on stage give a fuck about the lyrics. Yeah, because then you said, wasn't there like, there was a video I saw about the whole Rolling Loud situation, and they were talking about how many influencers they had up there. Like, oh, isn't that white boy that be up there kissing Drake ass? Isn't that Aiden Ross? So yeah, they had like a bunch of influencers that was coming out there, they was getting booed. And then they had this influencer who was trying to be a rapper, and they give him all this praise online. But then when he goes and was out there in the real world, which is why I always say there's the Matrix and the real world. And people be looking at me like I'm crazy when I talk about it. It's like, yes, a lot of y'all live in the Matrix, but when y'all step outside the Matrix and come into the real world, then you see how the world perceives you. And a lot of those people that were at that Rolling Loud performance throwing bottles and everything at them people of them influencers on stage, y'all not as popping as you think you are when you think you as you are popping up on the streaming situation when you in real life. So um they don't care about the lyrics. Y'all up there just doing a bunch of buffoonery. First of all, Rolling Loud is the hood booger equivalent of Coachella, and Coachella's already ratchet. So it's ratcheter. You know, Jaguar right happy. Well, happy that somebody talking about her. No, she's gonna go on a whole tangent again. Jay-Z is so weird to me, and that's why I struggle getting into his music. Even with my generation, this man is only known for his features on Empire State of Mind, Umbrella, and Watch the Throne. Well, you know, at the end of the day, Jay-Z, I don't even think is even cares whether or not he um has a finger on the pulse of the younger generation. I think he's happy with the fan base that he has, which is the old heads, the people that grew up listening to him, which would be me, and a generation of kids that grew up on Jay-Z by hearing their parents playing his music in the house. So there's always going to be those levels that he don't care about if he's, I think, trying to reach a certain demo. If y'all want to come on board, then you can come on board, bringing people's kids in it. But oh, you talking about with Papa Bear? I was thinking that too. I think the interview was recorded before Drake dissed him. Drake could have took out his diss when he seen the interview. Just yeah, because he did do that interview before Drake. He was basically talking about the whole Kendrick Drake situation. And you know, there's been accusations that Jay-Z was kind of conspiring and all this stuff. You know, Nicki would start that conspiracy theory on one of her rants. And my allergies. And then you have Drake coming in with his little conspiracy. So yeah, it's like after that interview, you could have taken them lyrics out, but you were so self-absorbed, so high on your own supply that you left it in there. So now you're going to diss me. Now I'm gonna clap back. He definitely is not a lyricist. In order to be a true lyricist, you have to be a poet, a word player, a wordsmith. There's nothing artistic about that man. He's basically a counterfeit rapper, which is what a lot of people call him, and he don't like that. But child, you are who you are. Just accept it. Just get your money and just be the fake and phony that you are. But you're never gonna get in favor with like real hip hop people. Can I get a what? Heart Not Life, which sample Annie, the Blueprint. Oh, please, don't even tell me about the Blueprint. That's like one of my favorite Jay-Z albums. Well, Reasonable Doubt, of course, because that's like way back in the day. And of course, we got um yeah, the Blueprint is definitely like a good album from beginning to end. Why would Drake diss him even after he defended him? Shady and immature, and like I said, high on his own egotistical supply. Basically, Drake is a wankster, is what you're saying. Come on, 50 with the wankster. He called Ja Rule that and has a song about him being a wannabe gangster. What's like his breakout song, Wankster? They're calling him not a hag child. And 50 isn't old. And that's why I was saying the other day when somebody tried to read me about being shady in my comments by referring to Madonna as old Donna. I said, bitch, first of all, you better hope your ass get to be the 67. Then he tried to get cute with me in the comments. So before I decided to go scorch earth, because I realized when you have a platform like mine and my channel is growing, and if you put any kind of hate speech, bullying, whatever the case is that they accuse you of, it could affect my channel. So I couldn't curse them out. I could do it this way, but how could I when I've hidden you and blocked you and all that other stuff? So I just be blocking people. I'm like, I'm not engaging with your ass. You clearly want attention because your mommy and daddy never gave you attention in life. You're an incel. You can't get laid. Probably ain't seen pussy or ass. I don't know what the hell you was. And that's the worst part I hate about people too. When they come and try to come for you, y'all know what I look like. I don't know what you look like. So I hate when people try to come in and make little comments. And it's like, well, if I know what you look like, I would read you down. Which I'll be hoping that y'all be putting some of you shady motherfuckers be putting y'all real pictures up and stuff so I could go in and go scorch earth on you hoes. And you said they calling him a hag. But like I said, yeah, 50 is not old. Y'all better hope to get to that age. Yeah, because Kanye's what, like 48, 49? First rapper to go diamond, basically in hip hop culture that was really breaking the glass ceiling. Absolutely. Did you see Erica Badu trying to clock Beyonce? Okay, you said Jay-Z was the rapper that took Tupac plays of 90s icons. Well, what else to say more or less? I don't know, Tupac. I would say Biggie, because we was all on Biggie ass back in the day, but then when Biggie passed, it was kind of like Tupac, I mean, not Tupac. It was kind of like Jay-Z stepped up. So he became like this big, larger than life artist. Like we was living for Jay-Z, but me, I was just Biggie all the way. Because he was from Brooklyn. I was from Brooklyn. I resonated with a lot of his music. And when I was a kid in school, yeah, I wasn't supposed to be listening to no Notorious B.I.G., but I had the Ready to Die album and talking about a wordsmith. And of course, his name is Christopher. So the relatability there, we have the same name. So, and you say Madonna isn't the only artist to do a premiere at Tribeca. Katy Perry is going to premiere the Lifetime's tour live. Oh, yeah, I think I heard about that too. But, child, I worked that show. It was something. Rappers like Jay-Z, Left Eye didn't write their raps. Most of the time in the studio, they listened to the beat and recorded the verses right there. You know who also I heard does that? They said Lil Wayne does that too. But yeah, I think we're just saying when you say didn't write their raps, it sounds like they have a ghostwriter. I think what you mean is they didn't write them down. They literally just spewed it off the top of their head. So they didn't so they didn't write their lyrics. And yeah, I've always heard that about Jay-Z never wrote his lyrics down. Gen Z rap is chains on neck, bitch on my dick. I love Cartier, jingle, jingle. That's actually spot on. And you said that's true, but I guess I get something out of Louis duffel bag filled with heroin because I grew up in that environment, and I think that's why a lot of Gen Z gravitates towards that style. Oh, because y'all come up in the era of pills and potions and Molly's and Percocets and heroin and all that stuff because that those are the new drugs. When we was coming up, it was the crack epidemic. Now in this generation, it's Fenty, and we ain't talking about Robin, aka Rihanna. Who's the dirt? A white Canadian that lit black YouTube up. Basically, even Torre said, white boy can't jump unless you're Eminem. We don't want your unsolicited advice on rap. You didn't grow up. Well, he didn't grow up in America where rap was founded, especially in New York. And that's why I always said I have a problem with a Canadian using the N word because y'all have no cultural connection to that word. That was more slaves brought to the United States and slavery and that whole situation. There's a whole backstory, roots driven situation when it comes to the N word in America. You sitting up there colonizing it like you did the whole genre of hip hop and thinking you some hot shit because of it. So that's why I have a problem with some import running up here using that word. I remember when Jay-Z was featured on the Linkin Park remix. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Encore. I even like that remix album. I actually like the remix album more than Linkin Park's original music. Got my balls licked by a Zoe Deschanel looking Jesus with y'all with these lyrics. Like you said, when rap was underground, you grew up when it dominated the music. It just died because it was supposed to happen. Because now it's because it's evolved and it's become mainstream. Now it's a global, worldwide thing, and I'm glad that hip hop is a worldwide global situation, but I just feel like people need to just respect the art form. But if you want to sit and make like disposable microwave hip hop, then stop on that. Don't sit up here and try to act like that you a whole poet when you up in here making fucking Dr. Seuss nursery rhyme raps and trying to make it like it's a genius thing. There was a thing that what I hate in rap too. Now, usually I always thought when it comes to lyrics, like saying ditch and you rhyme it with bitch. I should not hear a rhyme where at every end of the last word that you use to rhyme is the same word and you use it like 6 times. I'm like, where is the lyricism? They did that yesterday at one of the opening acts for Don Toliver was like that. And I'm sitting there like, who the fuck is I don't even ask me who it was because I don't know none of them other rappers. The only one I knew was Don Toliver. And yeah, when I was talking to one of my coworkers, they were saying, yeah, I mean, that's the only music everybody care about anyway. I mean, you had the opening acts, which quiet as kept. I don't know why we even need opening acts at this point. Just bring the artists out. Does anyone here know what rage music is? That's basically what underground rap music looks like today. Wouldn't rage music be like Insane Clown Posse? Remember them? It was a very internet based and an offspring of the hyperpop that got colonized by straight men. Ugh. Not y'all colonizing homosexual music. Biggie's storytelling and flow is still unmatched to me. Jay, a close second. Absolutely. That's why I said I was more or less a Biggie fan. And I think it's because as a writer and a storyteller, I feel like Biggie's lyricism resonated with me more because I always felt like he was taking me on a journey whenever he would, through each song. And like I was very much a studier of lyrics and lyricism and stuff. So he was definitely someone who resonated with me growing up as a kid. I mean, wouldn't y'all equate that type of music with Insane Clown remember them? He said, I know for a fact that this week's lip sync song on All Stars. Didn't we already lip sync to Super Bass? Okay, it's not on the docket. But can we talk about? I know we all over the place with this damn show, but whatever. It's been 4 days. We have to talk about Drag Race. First of all, okay, I did like the little videos and stuff that they made. Me personally, I like Selena's video more so than Crystal's. I feel like Crystal with the whole banana split thingy. I've seen that before, but RuPaul, we already know, thrives on stupid. So that's what he likes, simple, stupid shit. Selena put a whole production together, the green screen and the puppet, which if that puppet, I forgot the puppet's name, but if the puppet ever came across Little Pound Cake, them two would be in alliance together. So seeing that whole thing with them going, I just like Selena's performance better. I feel like, and people was getting mad at me online when I was like, okay, so y'all are really trying to turn um oh my God, what the hell is her name? The one that was the banana split. Now I'm fucking forgetting names. Oh yeah, I do agree. Missy Elliott definitely needs her flowers. Limp Bizkit, yes. Um, what is that? Why am I forgetting names all of a sudden? The one that Rhythm of the Night, Crystal Method. Now it comes to me. Crystal Method, I was like, okay, y'all trying to make her the Ginger Minge of the season. So yeah, y'all literally. I mean, yeah, a lot of the performance and stuff that she's doing is warranted, but it definitely feels like they trying to push her into the finale, which quite is because we already know she made it to the semifinals. But a lot of people feel like y'all kind of throwing Selena under the bus because I guess maybe she's not entertaining enough. She's doing the challenges and she's excelling, but I guess she's not TV enough for y'all, for the producers to do what they're doing. So they're trying to push Silky to be in the semifinals. But if Silky ain't bringing what needs to be brought, then why are we forcing her to get more points than what they need to? Now I'm not going to say that. Now I'm not going to hold you. Silky is way more tolerable this season than she was in the previous two. When she did, well, I know she's done it 3 times already. This is her 4th time. But I'm talking about her season of the show. She was polarizing. People thought she was annoying, especially when she was going in on Evie and them two going back and forth. And then when she came back for All Star, she was diluting who she was. So I definitely enjoy her this time around because I feel like she's being herself. Speaking of which, I got to watch yesterday's Roscoe's because I wasn't home. I told you I was working the Don Toliver concert. So I got to watch yesterday's Roscoe's because she was on there. No, I was not. I was aware of their music, but I was never into the Insane Clown Posse. But I did listen to. I love hip hop. I just don't like Jay-Z or Nicki all that much. I write poetry just for the heck of it. But I was a Limp Bizkit fan. I bought chocolate starfish in the hot dog flavored water. I do have that CD somewhere in my house, in a box. So yeah, I listened to Limp Bizkit, Korn, um, System of a Down, a lot of that music back in the day, in the 2000s. Anyway, all right, now let's move on from Jay-Z and let's talk about the Diddler. So apparently, uh, Sunday morning on the Lord's Day of all days, I was minding my business, going through my phone, and all of a sudden I get a message from some friends of mine in the group chat. Shout out to EJ and DJ. Yeah, I'm putting y'all on blast. So I get a link to a video of the Diddler and his whole ass out, butt ass naked, him, some porn star, and Daphne Joy, who pussy get around more than I guess Jennifer Lopez. So she was getting her cheeks clapped while Diddy passed a baby oil around and moving cameras and things was being filmed. So apparently there's a whole sex tape that's online. But I saw maybe like 2 minutes of it, which was enough for me. Because like I said, I don't want to sit and watch heterosexuals fuck. Y'all don't put it down like we do over here. No shade, just saying. So however y'all feel about that, oh well, go argue with your mammy. But just in my opinion, I don't want to see it. Just like y'all don't want to see the gays hunch, I don't want to see y'all hunch. So I sat and I just watched a little bit. I was like, child, why was I not warned about this? So yeah, I did screenshot it and I was like, and I posted a little thing about it. I screen recorded it, I should say. And people sitting me like, but how you gonna put this out there and not send me the video? So I knew that people was gonna ask, including one of my big, well-known DJ friend of mine, asked for it and I sent it to them. I'm not even going to give y'all the gender. They're well-known DJ. But anyway, so send the clips and all that stuff around. I was like, I'm traumatized because it's all over Twitter. I'm not traumatized. I'm just saying, I'm just being dramatic for dramatic effect. So the peoples were stunned because, yeah, on Sunday they sent out this video. And I don't know who the male adult film star was, but he was in the video and they showed them. And Daphne Joy shares a kid with 50 Cent. And 50 did have something to say about the whole thing and even made a comment about Diddy's penis, to which Daphne did clap back at him over what he said. And we're going to get to that in a second. But nevertheless, let's get into the story. So after the video came out, she did address the video, calling it blackmail and saying it was reportedly leaked online by one of the men in the video. Well, if it wasn't Diddy, now she's trying to say it was the adult performer who leaked the video. But how did he get the video? And she said that it was it was if she was recorded without her consent. But I'm like, sis, when you see the video, you literally see that there's a camera there, and Diddy even moves it at one point. So you're not going to sit up here and piss in our leg and tell us it's raining, and you're not even going to sit up in here and play a whole victim, because I truly believe that you are one of those. Well, you know what? I'm going to just hold my thought and just read what the article says, and then I'm going to just get into my overall thoughts on this situation where I feel she's full of shit. So she did write a long-ass post online, like a full thesis, trying to play the victim in the whole situation, and said the following. She said, everybody plays a fool sometimes. That is literally the line. And she said, I just felt like singing it. And I have been the biggest fool. This is what Daphne 39 wrote in a since deleted Instagram statement on Monday, June 1st, according to the Shade Room, saying, I just wanted my man at the time to be happy and satisfied. I wanted to fulfill all of his desires, even if that meant breaking my own boundaries. I deeply loved him, and I believe he loved me too. While he was out here fucking other people. Okay. So Daphne continued by saying, it's still so painful for me to process the harsh reality and truth of that relationship. But as time passes, and in my quiet moment, wait, hold on, because I know I got tissue around here somewhere. We got to play up the dramatic effect. I just want, it's still so painful for me to process the harsh reality and truth of the relationship. But as time passes and in my quiet moments, I realize that it was far from love. Daphne then claimed that she never consented to being filmed in the alleged tape, saying, I was blackmailed by the person in the video and was threatened that if I didn't give him the lump sum of money, that they would leak it on the web. I almost gave into this demand, and once I didn't, this person eventually sold the tape to a giant media outlet. Well, isn't this considered revenge porn? Like, can't you file a lawsuit in regards to this whole situation that somebody went and filmed you in the throes of passion in a room that was with red lighting? So we was literally in the boom boom room while y'all was doing the boom boom and the zoom zoom. And now you out here trying to play like you a whole victim in this whole mess. So I'm not buying what you selling. Because you talk about you was blackmailed by the person in the video, was threatened that if you didn't give them a lump sum. And then she said that she fainted for the first time in her life when she was contacted by the media outlet about the tape, saying, does the media company understand the tape they purchased was revenge P and an extortion scheme? They backed off from broadcasting it. I know they are probably reading this, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing, even though years later it's come back to haunt me again. She also referred to the tape as abuse and said it was triggering and painful to revisit. Saying, I knew the inner turmoil and pressures I felt in those moments. She wrote, I was not and was never in my right mind throughout the entirety of that relationship. Seeing myself so lost is excruciating. I just want to hold that girl in that room and get her out of there and tell her that wasn't love and she didn't need to do this for love. My heart is breaking as I type this, breaking so much that she decided to go on social media and hold a whole Q&A discussing this whole situation. So you so heartbroken, sis, that you use this as an opportunity to not only hold a Q&A and decide to pick and choose which questions and answers, well, questions you wanted to answer, but you also decided to promote your OF, because yeah, she got one of those too. Mama got bills to pay. Now, the one thing I do feel bad for is her son, because this kid's not even finished his season of school yet, and now you got to endure kids making fun of him because they seen their mama spreading their legs for a porn star and Diddy and some baby oil, all co-starring in this whole situation. So that's what I feel bad for. And you know who made it worse? Curtis Jackson. His old half fat neck, retarded looking ass running around here mocking Diddy in this whole situation. It's like, sir, have you no shame? Like, I understand, like, you thinking this is cute enough to make this as a bullying tactic, but it's totally unnecessary. So for her to sit up in here and say she wishes things was different, she was lost in this situation, sis, you weren't. Because you're literally those type of girls. You got with 50, you had a baby with him, it didn't work out. You thought that you probably cha-ching payday, like a lot of you girls do. A lot of you spread your legs for these rich men, so that way they can put a baby up in you, so that way you get to live the life of luxury while they take care of you and the child. And y'all want to be in close proximity of the money, the fame, the glamour, and all the other stuff that comes with y'all hunching these moguls or hunching these rappers or hunching these directors or hunching these actors or hunching anybody that's in the world of entertainment that got a lot of coin. Y'all want to be in close proximity, all of that. Just admit it. Just own it. Instead of trying to sit up here and play this whole cockamamie thing, acting like you was a fucking trafficking victim when you aren't. Now, I do believe that there are women out there that go through the things that they go through, but there's some of you women out here that literally seek this shit out. And then when the stuff hits the fan and the world has turned their back on Diddy because now the evidence and everything is out here, now all of a sudden y'all want to backpedal and act like you was a victim in the matter. No, you was a participant. No, you was with the shits. And now that the shit has hit the fan, now you want to back yourself about the road. Oh no, Mitch, you ain't Michael Jackson. You ain't moonwalking your ass out of this one. So nobody's buying it. And so then, of course, we have 50 Cent that decided to go in and throw shade and said free Diddy amid the alleged freak off tape that Service said he gone through enough being born with no penis. Because, and it put LOL, because in the video they said, yeah, you see that Diddy got a micro penis, which has always been the T. And it was like, yeah, now I can see why that, he feels the way he does and overcompensates and treats the people the way he do. When you walking around with a certain complex and little dick energy, what you expect is gonna happen. To which I should say, Miss Daphne responded with the following, and I want to pull this up. Hopefully, this is it. I think that's it. Let's see. Oh no, that's the one. That's the one that he said, because I got so many of these open. Oh yeah, no, she said this one. So she basically said, well, yeah, because he said free Diddy has gone through enough being born with no penis. LOL. And she said yours is no bigger, my love. So if you're gonna sit up in here and talk about dicks, she basically put his on blast too. And quiet as it's kept, 50 Cent definitely gives baby peen teas. A lot of y'all give micro dick teas. A lot of y'all feel like y'all gotta overcompensate with the whole power thing and business and all this stuff because y'all walking around with botched baby dicks. Trump gives that shit too. A lot of these men walking around with pinky penises trying to overcompensate in other ways. Y'all got to bring a whole nother man in there so they can feel something. You could beat your, do your little, jerking off like this. like you know how the girls be, yes, you ate. Now you got to do it this way and go up and down. That's how y'all be jerking off with your little baby dongs. So Tens Magazine responded by saying, bloop, okay, Nene. Another person said, oh, but I'm sure nothing feels satisfying for her with the amount of men she's let hit. Ooh, not y'all throwing the shade at her vagina. Another person said, Chelsea and Vivica said he is well endowed. She clout chasing again. Or maybe Vivica was trying to be nice. Another person said, LMAO, battle of the wee-wees. The other person said, he actually gives Lil Meat energy. Look how he acts. Another person said Vivica Fox would not have been acting that way. I do not believe you. So look, they talk about, yeah, because a lot of y'all girls get turned out from some big old community dick. That really be having y'all in a chokehold and make y'all bitches go crazy. Another person said, how is she so into the mix with everyone? Because these girls like I said before, they put themselves in these situations. They're literally girls that go and seek out these men. They go to the events, they go to the clubs, they go to the concerts where they sit all up in the VIP and all this other stuff, and then go to these after parties to be in close proximity with these rappers or their friends, whatever the case is. They get these botched BBLs where the thighs and the ass don't match. Going in there trying to be cute or whatever the case is. And so that way they could be in close proximity to these people. And they throw themselves in because they know these men, they ain't going for no real black women. So they're going to go for these exotic types. And this is speaking from somebody who's mixed race. I can say all of this. So they go for these girls with the good hair and the exotic features that got a little extra ass in the back and some new implants. And they make themselves go up to look this way so they could be in close proximity to these men. And because men are stupid, men are visual creatures, anything simple, they're going to put their dick up in. So it don't take much. So there's that. So when y'all been wondering how she get to be in close proximity, I just told you. As somebody who works in a lot of these environments around these type of people, trust and believe, I'm going to tell you how these girls work these men. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Daphne and her speaking out? Y'all buying what she's selling? Because you already know from my report that I'm not. You may have gotten everybody else fooled, sis, or maybe you don't. But nobody's buying the foolishness that you up in here attempting to sell. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, I was like, wait a minute now. I didn't be able to find the story that we was doing. So what happened? Okay, I got it. Absolutely. She still isn't. Well, you said she still she ain't that much to me. Imagine if it was Carisha. Well, but yeah, because Carisha got peed on. I wonder if he probably with Carisha around the same time. It was nothing outrageous about the video. No kids, no celebs, no force, no gay act. This is just to further embarrass Diddy. Wait, who and who? Yes, it is. Not micro is insane, Chad. It was a micro penis. That's what they said. I don't make the news. I just report it. All right, y'all. So now, we got some more drama to get into. So a lot of stuff happened over the weekend. Let's get into this story. So I kid you not. Well, Saturday I worked the Kid Cudi show. Good time with it. The audio, there was some audio issues. I didn't like that. The visuals and everything for his show was actually pretty good. I was on the floor working it because with all the crazy concerts, that's usually what I do now. So it was a good show overall. There was no real issues except there was no real big issues or whatever the case was. There's a lot of weed smoking or whatever per usual. That's what a lot of people do at these concerts. So what are you gonna do? But yeah, he put on a great show. Not I will say that he had three opening acts. One was supposed to be M.I.A, but you already know she got fired because she was running around here saying anti-immigration rhetoric during one of her performances, which pissed off a lot of the ragers. And Kid Cudi ended up kicking her off the tour. To which now she's suing him for $2.8 million. And let me tell you, this lawsuit literally came out the day after he performed at Madison Square Garden. So I'm like waking up and I'm like, well, damn, now he being sued. I'm like, what the hell's going on? So let's get into that story. I was like, wait a minute, I forgot to close one of these other things. Okay, so yeah, let's get into that. See, M.I.A has sued Kid Cudi for more than $2.8 million after the musician, whose real name is Scott Ramon Seguro Mescudi, removed her from his Rebel Ragers tour following offensive remarks she made while serving as an opener at a recent gig. In a complaint filed by the United States Court District of California Western Division, that's a mouthful, on May 29th by M.I.A, born Matangi, and obtained by Rolling Stone, the singer claims that Kid Cudi knew her political beliefs and reputation before he asked her to open the Live Nation-produced Rebel Rages tour, saying M.I.A was terminated to generate publicity for the tour, which has struggled with ticket sales, the complaint alleges. She was contractually allowed to say whatever she wanted on stage. M.I.A now holds Kid Cudi accountable for his bad faith destruction of her contractual rights, business opportunities, and reputation. I'm gonna pause right there because in that sentence that she wrote, she's absolutely right. The tour has struggled with ticket sales. It even struggled at the Garden. I kid you not. The day one of my managers sent us an email that literally stated that it was about we seat 15,000 people if you're like not even a 360 because 360 is like the whole arena, and we've had shows that that's a whole 360 situation. What the hell's his name? Bruce Springsteen did a 360 show. Also, who else did a 360? Um, Billy Joel, when he did his residency, did a 360. There's a couple of people that did 360s, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. But if you're going to do half of that, it's usually 15,000 is the cap. Kid Cudi, the tickets before the day came, 8,000. 8,000 in an arena, that's not good. So we were all gagging like, well, damn, is some of us going to get cut? But turns out, by the time the show started, I did look around the arena and it was packed. So I don't know if there was a situation where physical tickets was given out and I know they did move people down from certain areas to fill up the floor and all that other stuff because we had a lot of seats down there. So there was a lot of that. Plus, I believe that maybe there was reduced ticket sales by the time the day of the show. Because I was looking online and some of the seating, like one of my coworkers showed me the seating way because we were trying to look at like the stage design. Because I always like to map that out before I go down there and start working on whatever on that floor. And the ticket, some of them was like $200, like 250 may have been the highest number, maybe a little more. But the tickets weren't really that expensive. But by the time the show started, it was packed in there. So I don't know what kind of miracle happened within that period, but to an extent, she is correct that the tickets were struggling to sell for this tour. Now, earlier this month, Kid Cudi announced that he removed M.I.A from the tour run as she allegedly told a crowd at Dallas Dos Equis Pavilion, "I've been canceled for many reasons. I never thought I would be canceled for being a brown Republican voter. Well, I don't know how you were brown Republican voting when you're not even American and you can't even vote, bitch. So what are you talking about, Willis? And reportedly added that she wouldn't perform her song illegal because there's probably one in the crowd. According to the complaint, M.I.A. allegedly said she was canceled for being a Republican voting American. According to Cudi, when he announced he was removing her from the tour, her comments drew criticism from those who attended the tour, leading to the rapper announcing MIA would no longer be supporting the remainder of the trek. Following her dismissal, MIA clarified in a social media post that she can't vote in the U.S. and mentioned that's why I said, "How you a voting Republican when you can't even vote, dummy?" So she just be saying shit to be controversial, and to her detriment, I do wonder if Kid Cudi knew that, because I was sitting there saying, like, why would you even pick her to vote and to be a performer on your show in the first place, knowing full on well her political leanings and some of the extremist things that she said? I know she tries to play like she's this big political activist, but a lot of times she seems to not be well informed on a lot of the political ideologies that she stands 10 toes down on. She sounds like a misinformed moron that's trying to cosplay as a political righteous type of artist. And she don't be giving that when it comes to her music. So I think maybe I was one of those people that when was the criticism of MIA, that I was distracted by the crazy production and some of the chanting and all the other stuff that she did on her songs, which made her stand out. But when it came to a lot of the political stuff, I think I was young at the time and I was trying to get into politics and understand it. And maybe I thought I was doing some shit by getting caught up in her in the Matrix. But when you look back on it and when you know so much now than you knew back then in regards of how the world really works and how the gumbo was really made and how politics really is, then you start to see through the bullshit. And then you're like, you know what? Now you start to see the forest for the trees, and then realize this bitch was a fucking phony the whole goddamn time, who didn't know what the hell she was talking about, and still don't know what the hell she talking about. Even when it came to a lot of the Sri Lankan politics, he was accused of, like, bitch, you don't even know what you talking about. Your family left to go, be immigrants in London, and you up in there trying to act like you about some shit. Like, go back to where you migrated to. Don't try to act like you know what you're talking about when it comes to Sri Lankan politics, and that's according to the people. So, but I do kind of side eye you, Cudi, over the fact that why would you even pick her in the first place? Now, don't get me wrong. Some of the other open acts you had was ass. I didn't particularly care for them. I don't know who that rapper was you had in the beginning. A-Track set was in. I've heard better DJs. And the only one I liked was Big Boy. Big Boy was the best performance of the night. Of course, we started doing Bombs Over Baghdad and all the hits. So Fresh and So Clean. He did the Outcast stuff and he did his solo stuff. So Big Boy was the highlight for me before we got to the Kid Cudi. But other than that, you know how hateful this bitch was. So that was your fault. Or maybe you just did it on purpose because you knew that MIA would be controversial. You could have put Santi Gold up there. She got better songs any damn way. If you want to put a progressive artist up there. Okay, this is annoying. I don't know why my camera is moving about, but whatever. Okay, so now they said that the lawsuit alleges that Cudi's statement was riddled with falsehoods and that kicking her off the tour was intentional interference with contractual relations that induced Live Nation to breach her contract. Kid Cudi's conduct caused Live Nation to breach the agreement. The complaint states he directed Live Nation to terminate MIA from the tour. He caused Live Nation to fail to pay plaintiffs the $2,805,000 guarantee. He caused Live Nation to breach the agreement provision guaranteeing the company full creative control of MIA's performance. If additionally claims MIA lost merchandise sales and VIP package sales from the remainder of the tour. Well, girl, you should have thought of that before you said what you said out your mouth. But I should also point out that a rep for Kid Cudi did not immediately respond to Rolling Stone's request for comment, because that's where I'm getting the story from. Now, they also went on to say, Kid Cudi's attempt to silence freedom of artistic expression and speech on his Rebel Rangers tour cannot go unchallenged. Censorship is something MIA has fought for against her whole career. A rep for MIA says in a statement, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I do find it interesting that this lady loves to do dumb shit at the expense of other people's things. She did it to Madonna during her Super Bowl performance, which there was some controversy with that and the FCC and fines and all that mess. And then you have her doing this here. So you intentionally like going up and fucking other people's bag at your expense. And so now Madonna don't fuck with you no more. After that, even though that song you was on with her was horrible, can't stand Give Me All Your Lovin'. And this whole thing with Kid Cudi. So, um, but I also went on to say it's well known that Kid Cudi in the world that she has never been shy about communicating her heartfelt views, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So y'all all get it. Now, in addition to seeking $2.8 million from the purported guarantee, it also seeks compensatory damages exceeding 75 grand, attorney fees, and other further relief the court may deem. Well, once he's done with this tour, he's just gonna have to handle all of this in court. And I don't know. I don't feel like I have anything else more to add on this, except I will definitely be keeping y'all abreast of this once it gets to the courts, and we'll see who comes out victorious in the end. But if there was some breaching of a contract, um, yeah, you and Live Nation probably gonna have to pay out. But I would think that Live Nation has well-to-do lawyers that would know that by canceling her, that they didn't mess up there was no type of breach that would have them ending up in court. So we'll see if all this pans out on her behalf. But girl, if you want to be out here controversial and saying all kinds of crazy stuff, then do that on your own tour. Don't do that on other people's tours, because we're in sensitive times right now, especially in politics and this regime and their fascist BS. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story about now M.I.A. running around here trying to sue Kid Cudi because she was acting like a freaking anti-immigration moron, spewing misinformation about illegals and immigrants on the tour when nobody asked her to be giving her damn opinion in the first place. So and I think this was in Texas of all places where she decided to spew this, so she knew what she was doing. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, we have the 3-hour mark. All right. You said, speaking of rap, we don't have Video Vixen anymore. Oh, yeah. What happened to Superhead or the next generation? Hey, Corinne. And you said, I was in the shower when you were talking about All Stars. Crystal is definitely getting favoritism. And according to April, her and Selena got the choreography down for their challenge together in 15 minutes, and they believe they should have granted them to win, but they gave it to Crystal and the Filipina queen that fans don't like. Oh, nobody likes Oro Mayari? Well, he cute. I do. But like you said, like you said, the favoritism isn't as bad as yeah, but we're not going to deny that there's no favoritism there for Crystal. And the fact of the matter that people, now she deserves her wins or whatever. Nobody's saying that, but you could definitely see there is a bias there. It's like we see what the producers are trying to do with this show. Yeah, Robert let us know that earlier in the show, but thank you for the reminder. He was like, breaking news. He said M.I.A. has always been political, but she's very delusional. She has changed dogmas like every 5 years. I think she just likes controversy as an aesthetic and a persona rather than fighting for. Absolutely. That's why I was like, she's a phony. No one in their right mind should believe 5G. Wait, what's that? 5G causes cancer and 10 for. Girl, she said that dumb shit. Tinfoil hat saves your life. Shania Twain announced a vinyl edition with an alternate cover. And yes, you know what? I'm trying to decide. Should I get the grinder vinyl for Madonna new album? I already got a vinyl coming. I don't want to buy another one. I got the CD coming. I got the vinyl coming. I'm gonna listen to it on digital. My friend who works at Warner Music, Confessions on a Dance Floor, and MDNA are the only ones to sell 300K. Confessions 2 is going to do that as well. He said he expects a gold album by the time she has her birthday, as she should. Now, Cassie Popstar took a wise turn, used the money she got from Diddy's settlement, and moved out of America and has no intention of returning. Well, yeah, America's a shithole country, since people want to call Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage. That's what this country has become. But I don't know what I was like. Maybe the smart thing for her to do was leave this country and go somewhere else fresh and new. I think if we all could, we could pack up and leave. I know the adult performer Ace Carter's like, oh, that's BS. I could actually get up if you want to leave the country. You can leave the country. Oh, it's all so simple because you're like this white, all American, tall guy who could just pick up and go live wherever, and it's okay for you. There's people that have a lot of priorities at hand. A lot of people don't have money just lying around from fucking on camera and getting easy coin to just pack up and move like you do. So be glad it's so simple for you to get up, because he did that in one of his videos. Somebody living in Brazil. All of a sudden, all the gays is moving to Brazil. Because there's this YouTuber named Quincy who was bouncing around more times than a porn star on some dick. Um, 1 minute he was in New York, next minute he's in Philly, now he's in Brazil. I was like, do y'all make up? Y'all just be moving all over the place. But then again, I can't talk because once upon a time I did live a life of a gypsy. So I moved around a lot too. So I can't be too critical. But anyway, Quincy J, I think he's on YouTube or whatever. Anyway, so we're down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four topics of the evening, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way, when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, hype the channel, share it, do all the things to help with the algorithm. And yes, thank you all. We're continuing to stick it out through this messy show, as we have already dived 3 hours into a lot of yapping. I want to move to Sweden. Yeah, isn't it cold out there? But then again, what do I know? It'd be cold in New York too. So Sweden might be fun. I think there were some places I said I would probably move to Berlin, probably for all the sex. I'll probably move to Spain because I have friends that live out there. And the club scene out there, I've heard, is crazy. They really party in España. So I would love to live out there. Possibly Mexico. Yeah, it's funny. I'm picking all the Hispanic areas that I would probably want to move. What about the UK? UK, hon. I wouldn't mind moving to the UK, but they going through their own political stuff out there too. So I might want to hold off on that for a second. That's how they get to you. Why have I been seeing Swifties buy 3 different CD variants of a song they haven't heard from the Toy Story 5? He said it's cult behavior. Yeah, how you buying something you didn't even hear it? He said the Hulu shutdown app countdown is about to begin. Well, I did hear that so far Disney says they have no plans of shutting down Hulu. That it still will be around, but yeah, they are moving a lot of Hulu stuff over to Disney Plus. So yeah, they're saying that they have no plans of fully getting rid of the streaming service, which is like, I don't understand why even bother. Just leave it alone. I'm gonna get the Pride vinyl edition through her website for an exclusive poster, and plus it seems the album cover is hella praised. Well, with the sheet overhead, I can't wait to show y'all my the photo I did of when we do the Madonna thing with when the album release thing. Yes, I got a picture and everything, but I'm going to show you. Pays homage to the album, so I've been holding on to that. I'm like, well, I can't wait to show y'all. I was going to post it online, but I was like, nope, I'm gonna just wait till the day comes. And we are literally a month and 2 days away. 32 days. The album comes out August 4th. I mean, July 4th. July 3rd. What am I talking about? It's the 2nd. So 31 days. He said, my King of the Hill will be gone from there. Wait, the King of the Hill? No, you go. I mean, here's the thing. Hulu it's merging into Disney Plus, or it has already. So if you have Disney Plus, you can watch King of the Hill and stuff on there. It's the only way for Madonna to top the Billboard 200 because she can't top with streams alone. Well, yeah, no, but does she need to top the Billboard 200? I thought Madonna's fans weren't chart obsessed. Yeah, I thought so too. And y'all were like, yeah, she only does, it's always about the physical media. So maybe it's not about the digital sales, it's more about the physical sales. But anyway, speaking of somebody who will never have sales in regards to digital or physical, let's talk about Milli Vanilli. So Fab Morvan has finally come out of the conservative closet. And it's finally the latest to drop out of this Freedom 250 concert. Because remember, the other day we talked about how Fab Morvan, I think it was the last show we did, where Milli Vanilli, and it was the original singers, not the one that died from the drug overdose, and Robin Fab. They were the face, they never sang the lyrics. They had other people, like 3 black dudes and 2 women, or 3 guys and 2 women that did the backing vocals or did the vocals on Milli Vanilli's album. So they came out and said, and I think they call themselves the real Milli Vanilli because they don't own the rights to the Milli Vanilli name. I think it's a similar situation to CNC Music Factory. I think there's a whole legality situation between Freedom Williams and Clavillis and Cole. We'll get into that after this one because that kind of ties into the whole thing. But they said that they were not notified, nor are they performing for this whole situation because people was getting confused in the whole Milli Vanilli situation. So apparently Milli is the only one that was going to be performing on stage because Vanilli died. So now Milli has come out and said that he's not partaking in this. So I think the only people they have left on this situation are the 2 that will show up to an envelope opening at this point. That's Vanilla Ice and Florida, who is better known as Flo Rida. So going into this past weekend, they said there were 2 out of 9 artists booked for the Freedom 250 concerts in DC that was still proclaiming their eagerness to do the gig. And like I said, they said Vanilla Ice and Fab Morvan, but y'all forgot Florida didn't say that he wasn't doing it. So there's 2. So now, Fab Morvan has announced that he will not be performing at the Great American State Fair as part of the Freedom 250 event, making him the latest musical act to distance themselves from the controversial concert series. Now, Monday evening, that would be yesterday, June 1st, Morvan appeared on CNN to discuss his reasoning for removing himself from the lineup for the concert series, which is currently scheduled to take place June 25th through July 10th at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The singer, who previously brushed off criticism behind his association with the event, organized by Keith Cratch, a Trump appointee, has now had a change of heart, admitting that the controversy has become too much to bear, saying, "This is not what I signed up for." This is what he told Laura Coates, adding that he was initially reassured that the concert was nonpartisan despite conflicting reports. Well, here's the thing when it comes to Trump. There's nothing nonpartisan about anything that man and his regime does. For everything they do, there is an agenda or a string attached. So let's not be foolish. Let's not sit up here and try to act obtuse. Oh, I don't want to put politics. It's always about politics with these people. This is the game they play. But then when you try to play their game, meet they match with the game they want to play, then they want to act like snowflakes, play the victim, and start complaining. Excuse me, because they did the same thing to Bret Michaels when he stepped back, and people was dragging him, saying that at least you could have went with what everybody else said and said that you wasn't informed by your team. Now you trying to say that because it's death threats. Somebody threatening your ass. As opposed to the shit maggots say to people. Now you trying to be out here like, unless it's Blue MAGA, and trust and believe, Blue MAGA exists. Unless it was them running around here threatening you. That's not why you dropped out. So you should have just been real with the reasoning behind why you decided to not be a part of it. But I could totally understand it was like, yeah, it was overwhelming. I didn't want to deal with all the drama. And it's like, yes, because y'all can't sit up here and talk about USA, because that's what happened with the Black Crows, and the lead sitting called out the audience with that bullshit. Because I'm sitting there like, yeah, Stop with that like USA crap, because now that chant has a whole nother meaning to it. It's got a MAGA stench all over it. And what is there to be proud of in this country? Y'all proud that gas prices is over $5? Y'all glad that you don't have enough money to be able to feed your family or yourself because groceries have gone up? Is that something to be proud of? The fact that people can't even afford to take time off because they have to work themselves to the bone, or the fact that many of people, Black women especially, have lost their jobs due to this DEI falsehoods that this regime has cooked up. But if people were actually genuinely hired without race having to take part, or gender inequality, whatever the case is, then we would need a DEI. So when you got all these things that are happening in this country, what is there to be proud of? I'll wait, because a lot of people are being affected. Unless you're white, rich, and male, you're not affected by what's happening to you. And I'm sure that now, because the stock market is what it is, and we've got a president out here who is trading on all kinds of things. He's buying up stock in Dell computers and then going on Lie Social, and telling people to buy up Dell computers so y'all can fatten his pockets. He's creating meme coins where he's ripping off his own base. So all this little con artist shit that this man has been doing, and y'all want to go out and perform for all of this foolishness. Now they done fucked up the damn White House lawn by putting an octagon and some damn bleachers out there, so that way people can sit up out there and watch a UFC fight a month from tomorrow, on the 250th anniversary of this country. This is what we're doing, having cage matches. And now you want to sit up here and perform for some freedom concert. Ain't shit free about what is there to celebrate? Freedom 250? So I hate the fact that y'all put up this just freedom and justice and the American flag and all that. Like, they pissed all over the legacy of this country. So I just sit inside, like, the grift, all the bullshit they're trying to sell, it just makes me shake my head, because it's just ridiculous. And I see through it. So he also went on to say, when I saw Young MC pulled out, I was like, well, that's weird. What does he know that I don't know? So I was a little worried there. And then one after the next, people started to leave. But I was told by my team, who was told by another team, there's no political alignment. I was there to unite the people, to have them walk down memory lane, celebrate life. It was a way to say, hey, I'm still here. You're still here. First of all, y'all had a whole lot of has-beens. Like, y'all couldn't even get like real A-listers to perform in this whole situation. For y'all to sit up here and try to act like y'all are, there's no awareness, because I don't think Fab doesn't live here. I think, where's he live? Like in Germany or France or one of those places. So y'all don't have TV? Y'all don't have internet? Y'all don't know how the European markets look at America? Like we're a laughing stock? They look at Trump as a fucking moron? Y'all really think under this regime that we're currently in, that you were really going to go in and there was not going to be any political alignment? That you were going to really unite the people when this regime has done everything but that? You really thought you were going to go in and your music was going to unite the people? Really? Come on now. Y'all can't be this old. Y'all all older than me. And y'all can't be this fucking dense. Come on now. That y'all were going to walk down memory lane and celebrate life. Yeah, we are not a nostalgia bag. But we ain't that hard up for the nostalgia that much that you think we're going to go down to this bullshit that was put together by somebody Trump appointed, and thinking we really going to celebrate freedom. Especially with the people who've aligned themselves with this president. Like Vanilla Ice, who was openly a supporter of Trump, or Brett Michaels, who has taken multitude of photos and is friendly with him. I don't know about Martina McBride. She's a country star, so no shade to the country people, but I think all of y'all are MAGA. Except Dolly Parton. Shania Twain, she Canadian. But everybody else, I just be looking at like, there's that stereotype around that in y'all. So anything with this regime, it's not even, they've made a mockery of politics. They've made a mockery of this country. Everything is to get a rise out of you. It's a circus. It's a shit show. It's a clown show. That's where we are right now. So I think at this point, this is why I should have put up this picture. So literally at this point, who we got? They said, yeah, there was this one. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up for y'all. But this is actually funny. Yeah, it just takes a minute. Yeah, so I had this picture. I wish I would have just put it in the thing. So it said, yeah, featured performers. We got Colonel Sanders, Ronald McDonald, the Burger King, Gigi, Gidget, the Chihuahua. Damn, look at Rudy Giuliani with all the makeup melting all off his face. Then it says Roger Stone, Kid Rock, Chuck E. Cheese, and special guest, the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, and many more. So I was like, now this sounds like the perfect lineup for this type of event because this is what this event is given buffoonery. So I'm glad you decided to get wise enough, sir, to want to pull out. Yeah, I said pull out and talking about Trump in the same sentence. Um, but I call cap on the whole situation and your reason about oh well when all these people started pulling, I'm like, wait, what's going on? And you said it was gonna be political. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, come on now. Y'all can't just be one of these shut up and sing or just y'all did it for a check. And now that it backfired, now y'all want to backpedal. So this let's call it for what it is. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Regarding one of the members, the living members of Milli Vanilli, announcing he is the latest to pull out. So, like I said before, I think the only two left is Florida and, you know, vanilla ice cream. So, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I took a picture of me on the cross, knowing how this caused so much controversy in 2006. How is she going to top that water cooler? Who you talking about, Madonna? To have a number one album at her age, it would be a who does it. Don't forget to throw in Nelly, Snoop Dogg, Lil Wayne, and oh, exactly, all them coons. I'm surprised they didn't put Nelly on the docket. He loved performing for the president. Trump can never pull great artists because he has no taste. And because, and then about that, it's over. Oh, these people are overpriced, and now he wants to turn it into a rally where he could just sit up there with a shitty diaper, just rambling on about a bunch of damn nothing for hours. So yeah, he wants a sundown and turn it into a whole thing, making it about him. I was like, nobody wants to watch that. So it drove me crazy when I had to work that event at MSG where Tony Hinchcliffe called Puerto Rico a floating pile of garbage, and Trump was doing his long ass, long winded rant. I'm like, well, he just shut the fuck up already. I'm ready to go home. And then, I mean, the check was good, but I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm over it. I don't want to hear this shit no more. Like, shut up. Let's go. Shania might not be MAGA, but she has publicly praised you know who. Oh yeah, well, they ain't say a lot of Canadians are smart. Look at Drake. He said my earphones cut off, and I thought you was gonna say Gigi Gigi Allen. He said because Trump was told the slush fund was illegal, he's going to hire January 6 rioters. We all know why the fund was created because nobody will hire them, and rightfully so. But of course, they're going to get hired by the administration. Well, where they going to work? They're end up back in jail again. Trump never has A-listers for his event. Even back in the 2016 RNC, he had has-beens like Scott Baio and Antonio Sabato Jr. If he gets a modern no name, then now they now know it's career unalive. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's stupid enough to admit out loud that they align themselves with his ideology. Only the has-beens. Yeah, before one of his corny ass raps. He did put out music back in the day. They should use him. All right, y'all. So we were just talking about, well, let's get into one of the members of CNC Music Factory that was supposed to be a part of that whole situation. So co-founder Robert Clavillis has threatened to sue frontman Freedom Williams for using the group's name, even though he has not been in the group since 1994. So, in case y'all forgot, the other day we did a video of Freedom Williams on the toilet ranting on for 7 minutes about how he don't like Trump, he don't F with him, but he has no problem performing at the Freedom 250 event because he not gonna let y'all tell him what he can and cannot do. So now, of course, Clibillis and Cole, who founded CNC Music Factory, are pissed because this man has been running around making money off of their name. And they've given us hits like "Gonna Make You Sweat," "Everybody Dance Now." You already know the controversy behind that. The fact that they had some skinny broad up in there acting like she was singing them songs when it was Martha Wash. And then things that make you go, have been back in the news lately for disreputable reasons. Last week, CNC were announced as part of the extremely 90s heavy initial lineup of Donald Trump's Freedom 250 concert series, the Great American State Fair. While other acts dropped out, rapper Freedom Williams, who guested on some of CNC's biggest hits, defended his involvement in a saucy 7-minute rant filmed while he was on the toilet. And he was arguing that he needs the money and a gig's a gig. Well, of course you do. You only got like a couple of songs with CNC Music Factory, so a check is a check, and you got bills to pay. And some people don't have morals when they got bills to pay. So Williams required but they said this is what I feel like, how this is crazy. So he acquired the legal rights to the CNC Music Factory trademark for live performances in 2003, and he controls the long-standing CNC Instagram account. Know how Willis and Cole allowed that to happen. Somebody who only has a couple of hits with them to be able to acquire the legal rights to the trademark. Now Clavillis has taken to Facebook to post the following. He says, allegedly it has discussed and that it's time for the estate of David Cole and Robert Clavillis to federally sue Freedom Williams, and has a whole Facebook link. You can go to it on my social media, well, my chrisavalon.com. The links is in there, for defamation of character and the misuse of the CNC Music Factory that was created and represents the personal names of Clavillis and Cole, with racial discriminatory, bigotry, xenophobic, prejudice, ethnic, racial discrimination, and hate speech. It's time for him to stop misrepresenting the name he never had any business trademarking in the first place. In the meantime, please share the new CNC Music Factory present Brendan Cole video with everyone you know. And here's a link. So he put a link on the YouTube thing and the thing. And then CNN Entertainment posted a video saying, Freedom Williams, a rapper from the group CNC Music Factory, said in the Instagram reel filmed from an odd angle. One commenter said Williams looked like he was sitting on the toilet, that he doesn't fuck with Trump. But he said he was more irritated by people who were attempting to cancel him over the performance, indicating that he's planning to go through with it. The day I let you MFers tell me what to do is the day I die. Williams left the original group in the early 1990s, but acquired the trademark for CNC Music Factory in 2005. Robert Clavillis, one of the C's and co-founders of the group, said Williams was disguising himself as CNC Music Factory, and that Clavillis was neither involved in consulted regarding nor have I endorsed the event. And so then he also went and posted this article. Hold on, let me see if I can bring it up on the Facha book, because I need to open it. So yeah, also I should say this. They have a Facebook page. Well, Robert Clavillis actually created a Facebook page where he wants people to go over there where he said he's gonna spill all the tea. So let me find that, because I know it's in here. I think is it this one? No, I don't know if that's it. Bum, 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 bum. Where is it? Where is it? Um, why can't? Is this it? Oh no, I think I might have been on the wrong page, child. Okay, I found it now. It's on this page. So yeah, on I think it was Robert Clavillis's Facebook account. He posted the following because it's a long one. So he says to all CNC Music Factory fans and all around the world, I invite you to join and follow the new official CNC Music Factory page. I did follow it. And it says beginning in July of 2026, that'll be next month, I'll be sharing a series of short documentary style stories and personal accounts, one chapter at a time, revealing the real history behind CNC Music Factory, Clavillis and Cole, and many of the people and events that rode alongside our journey. I will discuss the complete truth behind the Martha Wash situation, the history of Freedom Williams and his relationship with CNC Music Factory, how each of our biggest hits were created, and the incredible experiences we shared working with artists such as Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey, Lisa Lisa. Shout out to Lisa. I just saw a video with her online earlier of her performing. Jennifer Lopez, Mark Anthony, Mark Wahlberg, New Kids on the Block. 'Cause remember, I think they probably worked on Good Vibrations, a bunch of other songs on the album. New Kids on the Block, Donna Summer, The Cover Girls, Seduction. Let me find out you work with Michelle Visage. So it's that Seduction, Trilogy, The Brat Pack, Natalie Cole, Spike Lee, Taylor Dane, Tell It to My Heart. Child, did y'all put Seduction twice? um, Spike Lee, Taylor Dane, Clive Davis, Tommy Mottola, ill. Little Louis Vega, David Morales, Hex Hector, Harry Romero, Larry Levan, and so many more experiences. Oh, I love the fact that he got the DJs up in here too, because y'all know I live for Louis Vega, David Morales, love him. Hex Hector had me in a chokehold back in the 2000s. Harry Romero, Larry Levan, Harry Levan's an icon. And so many more. For over 30 years, much of our story has been told by others. Now it's time to share the facts, the successes, the challenges, the victories, the disappointments, and the lessons learned honestly, openly, and truthfully. Better late than never. Thank you for your support, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So I hope with all of this that's going to go down, that what happens in all of this is that you do get the name back, because it don't make no sense how that man was able to get a hold of the CNC Music Factory trademark and they're able to financially benefit off of it. And he's out here being this xenophobic, homophobic, racist piece of shit and using that as a way to piggyback off the name. And look, the only way we're gonna get through that is if y'all don't support that fool over there. But I've already subscribed to the channel, so I'll definitely be looking forward to hearing those stories, because it was the 90s. It was what I grew up on, like a lot of that music. Listened to a lot of hip house. That was like the big sound back in the days of the 90s when I used to listen to 103.5 KTU. And they played a lot of that, the freestyle and the dance music. And CNC Music Factory was one of the main artists or groups I was listening to at that time, along with La Bouche, Real McCoy, who else? Expose. Remember them? Um, Most recently, I was listening the other day when Robert went, friend of the show, Robert told me that Amber released the 30th anniversary of This Is Your Night. Bitch, when I put that album on, I was going through it. It was like on my way home. I was like, let me listen to something. I haven't listened to it in a minute. So of course we love This Is Your Night. That was a bop. But I always like the songs that I don't think were necessarily singles. I love The Color of Love. Um, Move Your Body. That's track number 2. I live for that record. Let me tell you, Amber had me in a chokehold back in the day. So that was 90s music for you, the Euro dance music. So anyway, let me stop waxing nostalgic and let me wrap up this topic. So I definitely want to hear from y'all in regards to all of this. What are your thoughts on it? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing that he passed. He said a poll revealed 65% of Gen Z said they're afraid to fully live in the moment because they don't want to be seen as cringe. Therapists said the quiet part out loud. Gen X just admitted the truth. Or Gen Z, oh wait, saying Gen Z just admitted the truth. Yeah, you don't want to be seen as, and that's why I love growing up. When we grew up, we didn't have the internet, so we were allowed to go out and be a mess and make mistakes and do all those things. I was even seeing like a video where I think Susan Morbido posted where they were talking about banning phones in the clubs. Because it's like, yeah, if you on the dance floor and you want to be free and you want to have a good time, why are you recording somebody? Oh, look at them. They are mad. They do. I'm like, but yeah, but they're having fun though. While you're sitting on the sidelines recording them having a good time, and you just standing off in the corner just filming every damn thing like you're Steven fucking Spielberg. And my thing is just live in the moment. But a lot of y'all just worry too much about what other people think, and those moments they pass you by. So fuck what other people think and just do you. And it's sad. That we have to fully embrace what being an adult is. We all have our cringe moments. We initially hate it, but over time you laugh. Fancy Music had to produce Taylor Dane's cover of Can't Get Enough of Your Love, and it's pretty perfect, I must say. I remember that song. Tommy Boy Records was the label yeah, Tommy Boy had everybody on there. I think even RuPaul was on Tommy Boy at one point. Also, I think Christine W was on Tommy Boy as well. They said knew we were gonna have a fun black light disco back at home. Christy Hine won cell phones ban saying the youth doesn't know when to set. Yeah, I think they do need to yonder a lot of these phones and a lot of these events. But I think the people think like if they can't record it, nobody's gonna believe they were there. Take pictures outside the venue. Take pictures inside the venue. Take pictures next to the billboards, whatever the case is. They'll believe you was in the building. But when the concert is over, it's just like, yeah, I was there, but they yawned the phone, so you can't, you know. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some homosexual news. And let's talk about Queer Eye. So Karamo has finally broke his silence on why he pulled out of doing press for the 10th and final season of Queer Eye, that horrible ass show. I hated that show. I don't like none of them queens on there, quiet as it's kept. But this is good, messy grist for the mill. So we're going to talk about it. And basically revealed to people in an interview the final straw that led to him being like bio condios to them hoes on that damn show. So let's get into the tea. So the reality star spoke to people in an interview published Tuesday about the final straw that led to his bombshell decision not to do press. The 45-year-old who appeared in 10 seasons of the reboot alongside Jonathan Van Ness, Anthony Porowski, and Tan France confirmed reports that his mom overheard cast members trash-talking him on set. Excuse me, Brown recalled his mother telling him so with tears in her eyes as she reported, thought they were your friends. Shallow faggots don't know how to be friends with people. And people like Tan France, who gives me, I hate being brown. I want to be a white woman so bad. Anthony Porowski, who's cute but has no personality, who's literally dead behind the eyes. And you got that overcompensating gay Jesus. I mean, what do you expect? We're not going to put Mr. What, Jeremiah up in there because he's new. He's new to the mix. He just happy to have a job. So we're not gonna put him up in the situation. But the rest of them three bitches I thought was phony. And my thing was this: if Bobby Burke came out and said he took issue with certain bitches on that set, particularly a little Indian hoe in the back, why y'all surprised that Karamo had smoke with them three too? Y'all shouldn't be surprised over it. So so the outlet confirmed that Van Ness, France, and Porowski were among those allegedly gossiping about their co-star. I wonder what the tea was. Like, y'all need to reveal what was said. I mean, there was rumors that was talking about how like they didn't like how Karamo's delivery on certain things or the advice he was given. They wasn't feeling the advice he was giving, whatever the case is. But my thing is that's not up to you. He's an expert, since that's the job they gave him on what he's doing. He's fulfilling that. Mind the business that pays y'all. Do what your fulfillment is there for. Don't worry about what he's doing over there. Keep that shit to yourself. Child, they wouldn't want me on this show because I'd be fighting. It would literally turn into baddies up in there if it was me. But then again, you want to be able to maintain a career in the Hollywood industry. So I can tell you what happened. But you know, this mouth is lethal. So it's only but so much I'm going to hold back on before I go in and let have. Now, reps for Van Ness, Porowski, Burke, and France did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. When Brown made headlines for pulling out of season 10 promotional tour earlier this year, he shared a cryptic statement about protecting his mental health and / peace from people who seek to destroy it. At the time, he pointed out, if I stay quiet right now and pretend I'm sick of something, whose peace am I protecting? Brown, who felt depressed and trapped while filming, opened up on Tuesday about experiencing behavior that does not fly in a professional environment that impacted him negatively consistently. Multiple sources told People his dynamic with Van Ness and France were especially strained. Believe it, because they literally look like Van Ness. I heard that he got some issues. He was very much having outbursts and being very nasty on the show. Like Rolling Stone, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, did a whole expose on the gay Jesus. And Tan France definitely gives me condescending fucking bitch. Like, you know, them uptight, stink nose in the air fucking Brits. He definitely gives that. Like one of those bitches you want to slap the shit out of because you being too cute and too slick with your fucking mouth. And you about to try me to the point where I'm about to knock this hoe in the next week. So security, get him out my face. Like he definitely gives me that energy about him. Very fake, very phony, very condescending. Hence why that fashion show he had on Netflix only lasted 2 damn seasons. And I think that second season, they were just doing that as a favor because the show wasn't that good. So they said Jonathan was someone whose frustrations were often expressed openly. Others were more likely to create tension behind the scenes. Brown, however, gushed over Van Ness's recent growth, saying, "The work I have seen Jonathan pouring into himself is commendable and inspiring. I respect him for how he's currently moving through life." Because I think that expose that Rolling Stone did on him caused him to kind of look at himself in the mirror and, you know, as Michael Jackson said, be the man in the mirror and look at yourself and make a change. So I think then at that point, he decided to look at himself and be like, there's some things I didn't change about myself. I wasn't aware that I was this bunch of a nuisance, that I was running around like the damn Tasmanian devil in a they-them dress. And now I need to pipe down a little bit. So Brown also claimed that cracks started to form when he was accused of sexual harassment by an anonymous third party, which broke his fun and flirty relationship with his co-stars and divided the group. Just now hearing about this. There was a sexual harassment thing going on with Karamo, maybe because I don't care about these hoes and not even paying attention that deep into their whole situation. I didn't know there was a sexual harassment situation going on to the point that he was like, yeah, I was being affectionate and fun and flirty because this is what we do. And now it's like, now you're looking at it like, oh, you're harassing me or whatever the case is. So now if it's at that place, I'm not going to play around with you anymore. While Brown claimed to have been cleared of wrongdoing, a source disputed this, confirming an investigation wasn't conducted and all parties wanted to move on with the show. An insider confirmed to People that the series was toxic as hell behind the scenes, and Brown claimed a senior executive once threatened to get rid of him amid creative differences. But of course, the production company ITV America and Scout Productions strongly disagreed with Brown's characterization. So, of course, he's making this up. Throughout the series run, any issues brought to production leadership were taken seriously and addressed appropriately, read the statement to the outlet. Production consistently fostered a respectful and professional environment for the cast and crew, which included ongoing training, coaching, and other support for the cast, maintaining clear workplace policies and practices throughout filming. Now, when rumors swirled in January about the cast rift, Porowski subtly addressed the drama in an Instagram post, saying it's not about how or even that it ended. The journey of it all was the part I'll hold close to my heart. This was the 42-year-old told his social media followers. When a fan blasted the backstage mess going on, Prowski wrote, "Authenticity is about being honest about the complexities of life and knowing two things can exist at the same time." Whatever the fuck that means. Like, if you're not going to be clear in what you're talking about, then kindly be quiet. I hate when y'all just be beating around the bush with stuff. Like, if stuff is going on behind the scenes, if you're gonna put it out there, put it out there. Stop talking out of the sides of your mouth and thinking that we just gonna sit and have to decipher through all the context clues. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now, Bobby Burke, who left in season 8, was replaced by Jeremiah Brent, cheekily promoted his own HD TV show as speculation swirled. And also, Bobby Burke went and revealed that Tan France personally was going around trying to get Jeremiah to be on the show and push him out. So when they were mentioning the fact that there was some people who chose to do messiness behind the scenes, that definitely feels like that's what Tan France is good for. And my thing is, I don't know how you give, I don't like being a brown person, because that's what the energy that Tan France gives me. You don't like being a person of color. You want to be a white woman so bad. And how's your name Tan? And you don't even, it seems like you don't like who you are when you look in the mirror. Like, he definitely gives me that. I wish I was a white woman. Now, the 44-year-old junk or jackpot star notably confirmed in 2024 that he had feuded with France, but denied for the most part that butting heads with the fashion designer had anything to do with him leaving. Really? That has everything to do with you leaving. Come on now. Now, queer eye feuds aside, Brown revealed elsewhere in Tuesday's cover story that he relapsed in 2018 and struggled with his sobriety for years, saying he's now sober. Said, "I've not had a single drink, a cocktail, nothing." So congratulations to you. I'm glad that you've had your little epiphany, you worked things out. And I'm glad you finally revealed that, yeah, there was a lot of the rumors that was going around that your other co-stars were being messy and was saying some shady shit about you behind the scenes. Like, it's been going on since the very beginning, since season 1. There was a lot of microaggressions, a lot of little shady side comments going on, and it took your mother hearing it for you to even get to the point of like, yeah, there's a problem here, and why are you sitting here putting up with this bullshit for a check? Them motherfuckers should have been checked from the beginning. It's like, oh no, you're not gonna sit up here with this micro. I don't give a fuck. I'll fight all three of you. Don't play in my face with all of that. But then, of course, you got to worry about, well, I'm going along to get along. I got to play the game. I'm getting a check. There's not many opportunities for queer people in this space, particularly queer people of color. Well, look, with all this being said, Carson Kressley would never. Jay Rodriguez would never. Cheyenne Douglas would never. Tom Felicia would never. And the other one, who's the other one that I may have missed? You remember the old Fab Five? They would never do all this mess that these old tied rhymes with maggots be up in here doing for a check and some notoriety. Because look, the show's over. Don't nobody care, nor are they going to be following anything the rest of you hoes going to be doing. Well, at least I'll speak for me. I won't. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? And I know some people gonna throw in the fact, "Oh, well, Karamo done this and blah, blah, blah." We ain't talking about what he did on his show or little problematic things in the past. We're talking about the things that he had to endure a lot of shady comments, a lot of bullying from his counterparts, where it goes to show that at the end of the day, gays are messy. They worse than women when it comes down to if you working together and trying to, oh, we're all a family, and they be hugging all over each other. Meanwhile, you got a whole lot of shit to say about me behind my back because you ain't got the balls to say it to my damn face. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. One. A Van Gogh exhibit doesn't need to be filmed to share to your friends, or shall I say fans. Yeah, go down to the exhibit. She said back in the day, no cameras meant no camera. That should include cell phone, because today phones are really good. It can look like a high definition in 4K professional recording. Reasonable Doubt is getting a deluxe reissue treatment and going to be an exclusive. Well, yeah, I did hear about the whole Reasonable Doubt deluxe re-release. At the end of the day, Karamo was a black man, black gay man in a white space. I'm sure he was black first and gay second. Well, 9 times out of 10, black men are black first before they're gay. And because that's just the part people automatically see. And I wish the black straights would understand that. There are some non-melanated gays who don't get it. Absolutely. I never watched the show because they reminded me of all the messy gays I stay away from. Well, quiet as it's kept, that was one of the. Well, I don't know if that was ever the reason. I just didn't like any of them bitches. That's why I ain't watched the show. And don't. I hope y'all don't think that just because people are homosexuals that I'm just going to support what they giving. If I can't resonate with what you giving, I'm not watching. And I couldn't get within the judgation of what those 5 up there was given. I had enough of Karamo when he was on The Real World. And you said, from my experience, white and assimilating POC do not like when a black male is appointed any brand of expert, especially on culture. So I'm sure they were key exactly. Tan Friends gives me the ick, very self-hating and insecure. I'm glad I'm not the only one that got that vibe. The one with the long hair reminds me a lot of the fake chasing ways of Dylan Mulvaney. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like her either. She gives me fake tranny tease too. They said Karamo and the one that cooks. Not the one that cooks. They're using my Anthony, but she was participating in the foolishness too. So fuck her. If you were equal participant, I can't fuck with you. But he is cute to look at. I'm not gonna hold you on that. And Will, you said he would jump all of them. I sure would. And you said, Chris, not you trying to give Tan a 2-piece and a biscuit. He'll be over here and say, "Oh, look at you threatening the violence on social media." Look, I don't know them bitches. I ain't really gonna put my hands on them, but I will if I have to. But then again, I can't be out here fighting people. I learned my lesson the last time when I was putting paws on people who had to go to jail. I ain't trying to do that shit again. But anyway, let's move on from that. And let's get to our final topic, which is less violent than what we just talked about. And let's talk about Kim Petras, who just released a new album over the weekend. She gave us a little detour. And I must say that I thoroughly enjoyed the album. Before I went to, I was on my way to go see um Backrooms. Backrooms. I don't know. Every time I hear Backrooms, I gotta say it like back rolls. But yeah, I was on my way to go see Backroom. Now I'm gonna call it Backrooms. And then I went and I was like, let me put Kim's album on because I forgot that it was out. And then when I listened to it, I was like, I thoroughly enjoyed it. When you listen to it from beginning to end, it definitely slaps. But the way that she was dropping the singles, I was on the fence. Like I didn't know if I was gonna enjoy the record or whatever the case was. But I had a good time with the album. And I definitely think the smartest thing that she could have done in this whole situation was go independent because I just feel like her label did not really know what to do with her as an artist. But nevertheless, Kim is out here. She's been doing promo for the record. She recently did an interview with the Fader, which is on YouTube. If you haven't seen it, definitely go and check out the interview. I think it's like 30 minutes. But yeah, go check the interview. So, but she admitted in the interview that she did live from New York that she has some regret over talking about her transition publicly when she was a child. Because I know, maybe you don't know the story, she was the youngest person, I believe, in Germany to get gender reassignment surgery. And I think it was at 16, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, wait, it was 13. Sorry. Because they said she discussed her transition on Stern TV in 2006 at the age of 13. She went on to have gender affirming surgery in 2008 and became known as the world's youngest person to have it. Because, yes, so the German singer who is trans has released her new album Detour, which features the song Brutalist. She explained that the song is about traveling around Germany with her dad to get hormone therapy when she was a child. Now, speaking of Fader, she said, I was 12 talking about it, which I kind of regret because privacy was really blurred, but I was really unashamed of talking about it because I was a kid and I was like, this is the way it is. But now that I'm in America, there's so much shame around sex. Sexual education is such a taboo, and it's such a weird climate right now, especially about trans kids in particular. They're the enemy right now. Now, despite feeling some regret, she said she's made the right choices that she's proud of to this day, saying, but at the same time, I have people saying I ruined my body and I ruined my life. They don't know me at all. Well, this is what she wanted. And at least she had parents, or I mean, I don't know if her mother was around or if she's still around, whatever the case is, but at least her father, who of all people, you have a man supporting their boy for wanting to become a girl, especially with all the things that we hear. That at least she had a parent and people who were in her life that supported her decision. She felt she was in the wrong body. Her father decided to help her instead of the alternative, which would have been how a lot of trans kids end up when their parents or people around them, they don't have that support system. They unalive themselves. They mutilate themselves. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. They end up in a deep depression. Sometimes they take their own life. Well, I did say unalive themselves. So, um, at least she had that support. And I think at that young age, she was showing like, look, I was going through what I'm going through. There's so many kids that are in similar situations. And she is the face. And I'm not saying that she has to be the face of all trans kids, but she's a face that they could look at as a prime example of, see, this person did it. She resonates on what she did in her, to transition to who she is. I resonate with that. I'm going to do the research. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to find out more of like what that journey was like. And now she has a song about it. So having that sort of point of reference, it helps a lot of young trans kids who are out here struggling. That's the way I would look at it. But yeah, she's absolutely right. When you go over in other countries, they're very much open and transparent when it comes to sex and gender identity and all those things. In America, there's such a shame around sexuality, being sexual. They're still out here ridiculing Madonna at 67 for refusing to not be sexual. Because I guess when you get to be 40, you're supposed to stop fucking. So you get to fuck from the time you 18 or sometimes younger to 35 or 39 and a half or three quarters. And then you got to just wither away and die and be a eunuch. No, that's not how the world works. And so by trying to shield people away from the ways of the world and things of that nature, that only makes them more curious when you try to hide things from people. And there's nothing dangerous about trans people. And I'm sure that it's a lot of these people who've never even encountered nor been around someone who's trans who spew this anti-trans rhetoric. So yeah, that is true. It's like when you're going around saying that she ruined her body and she ruined her life, you don't know her. Because when you look at her, she seems fine to me. And so she went on to say, they don't know my history, that I went to so many psychologists and so many doctors, and that it was a real thing, that I had an assessment and they gave me an answer about why I got to get hormone treatment. It saved my life. And there's people who are like, this saved your life, but you ruined everything. What are you talking about, Willis? Ruin everything regarding what? Ruin it for who? How does she ruin everything? The fact that we have a regime that has decided to make trans people the scapegoat while they're out here robbing and pillaging all of America of its resources and our global economy. So what does trans people living in their truth have to do with all the other things that's happening in the world? It's a distraction. Make you hate, put a face for you to hate on while we over here stealing out of the pot, the prize pot that's supposed to be for the American people. So how did she ruin the situation? And I've said this before. People just think that trans kids wake up one morning and decide, you know what, I'm just gonna cut my dick off. Like y'all think that's how that works. Because y'all think it's always about what's in between your legs. There's a whole process that for most trans kids that they have to go through in order to get to that solution. There's some that go off and do things in other ways, but for the most part, it is about going to different psychologists if you want to do it the right way, going to many therapists, having them decipher and you having those conversations on are you trans or are you not trans? And if they want to, and then come to the decision, okay, so based off of the conversations that we had and the consistency of things, I'm going to supply you with hormone blockers and hormone treatment and all these different things because I see that this is who you are, that these are the thoughts that you have, and I'm trying to save this kid's life from wanting to unalive themselves or whatever they were going through, depression, anxiety, whatever the case is. So people need to respect people at where they're at and who they are. So yeah, so she has an album out called Detour. Um, I definitely feel like yeah, go check it out if you can. And the songs, they said that she debuted a number of songs and self-funded music videos because now she's going the DIY approach, similar to Slater, where it comes to the. And it seems like a lot of the fans like this home video, no budget type of music video. It feels, I guess, maybe it feels more grounded, more relatable in that way. But yeah, she released songs like "Freak It," "I Like Your Look," and "Need for Speed." The album came out with some delays, and so she did release a YouTube and SoundCloud exclusive 4-track EP called Pre-Tour, which got fans excited. So, as I said before, if you want to, definitely check out her Fader interview, which is on YouTube, and definitely give a gander to Detour if you can, because it is a good record. And I like the fact that we have a lot more artists who are taking their career into their own hands, that they're not letting a label determine their fate, their creativity. Because I truly feel like they set her up for failure with the Feed the Beast album, and y'all had her performing in arenas that she couldn't even fill up. So she is an amphitheater girl. She's a small theater girl, and there's nothing wrong with that. I like the intimacy of a small venue where it's just like maybe 3 to 5,000 people in a room. That you can get a lot done and be more creative in that way rather than I'm in here in this giant arena that it's so many people you can't even get up in there. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you listened to Detour yet? And what did you think of Kim's thoughts regarding her talking about that she regrets talking about her transition at a young age? I know she might feel like that now, but I definitely feel like by her talking about her transition at a young age, it's those people who talk about that you ruin your life and you ruin everything or whatever. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I'm sure there's some. Just think of the positives that there are some young people out there who feel that because you spoke out at such a young age, it resonated with them, and they have a point of reference to look at in regards of their own trans journey. So, whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. I remember in the real world, he hated himself and was very homophobic. He didn't even like white men. Now that's all he hunches. Homophobic to Willie, an openly gay guy, to Karamo. That's the trauma white gays don't understand. We hate ourselves because we'll lose family. Yep, true. And and family is a big issue with queer people of color. That sense of abandonment and all that stuff. This album gave you everything: industrial clash and lyrical acoustic ballads. Detour and Worst Girl in America are battling for my favorite album of the year, though that might change next Friday when Olivia Rodrigo. Oh yeah, there's that album too, which I'll definitely be listening to. Like I'm not an Olivia Rodrigo stan or whatever, but I'm curious to listen to the record. So um I enjoy I'm enjoying all the new music from BB Rexa. I'm like, she's a dance artist. Well, she's always been a dance artist because I always felt like that's what she was given. And so maybe Warner didn't see that, but I said Madonna was the one artist for Warner. Well, I guess they thought Madonna was enough, but BB, look, the best thing she did too was go independent. And we'll see how that album does when it comes out. Remember the outdated golden rule in the industry: there can be only one. Yeah, they think they the fucking Highlander. So Warner has Madonna. Why would they allow another artist to be a dance artist? Dirty Blonde proves she was made for the dance floor. Well, yeah, she was always releasing dance bops. That was always where the money resided. So I don't know why they didn't focus on that. But I hate this whole idea of like, no, we have one artist should be a representation of, the entire demo. Like, no. Don't know why I felt like crying. Listen to Brutalist. I'm not even pickled. Well, you said pickled anymore, but that song was just beautiful. And 101 might be the best. Oh, yeah, I definitely like that song. I definitely like 101. I was like, okay, come on, production. And yeah, maybe it resonated with you when you listen to Brutalist. And a lot of times, like on an unconscious level, you don't realize that there's a deep connection and relatability to certain things lyrically. So this might be the first album where she was just relatively honest in what she was creating. I've noticed that so many people have turned out, well, you said tune out of Kim Petras after the disappointing following Feed the Beast, including me, and hopefully this could be a bit of a resurgence. Probably because that was her trying to go mainstream pop, and they just felt like it wasn't really her. There were some cute songs on there, but it just felt a little too mainstream, a little too overproduced. It didn't feel authentically her. I think that when it comes to Kim Petras, similar to Slater, when Slater tried to do the whole glam, um, mainstream pop that she did with Starfucker, I don't think a lot of people resonated with that record. There's some cute songs in there, but to be honest, I barely listened to that record. But um, I definitely feel like once she did Worst Girl in America, that they liked her being a little gritty, a little edgy, a little DIY. They liked that whole vibe that she had. It's just her and the band get up there crashing out and having a good time. She doesn't need all the bells and whistles. She doesn't need to do the glam girl stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe with this upcoming tour, she'll rearrange some of those Starfucker songs. They wanted her to stick to that rawness of, the earlier stuff that she did, the more experimental bedroom music. We are once again reminded why queer artists that can't pass as straight shouldn't sign to labels that will only care about them when it's June. And they need a playlist feature for Pride Month. Oh, that is so true because when it comes to Pride Month, they do have playlists. They will put out a Pride playlist. Speaking of which, I need to go over and look on good old Apple to see if they even have a Pride playlist because normally they do put those out around this time. Well, I do see new releases for you. They do have Detour Kim Petras, This Is Your Night, the 30th anniversary, and a bunch of other artists. Nothing putting Addison Rae and Arca up in here. Yeah, I'm actually surprised they don't have that up in here. Maybe it needs a reboot or whatever. But yeah, I don't see them having that. I don't see like the whole Pride Month playlist that they normally be having. Queer artists do better on independent labels. They could be sexually explicit and not ashamed. Um, it seems slut pop was what they wanted, but that was too explicit for major labels. They like, well, look, but once you get up there on that stage and perform them slut pop tracks, oh, the children gonna be living. But in their heads, we don't crave sex or like being asexual. Slut Pop also didn't nail the landing. I agree with that because I think I need a little more grit with the production, and I needed her to really go there, like Little Kim hardcore, if you want to talk about lyrics, or maybe even Peaches. Like I need you to really go there in regards of like the lyrics. He said nail the landing and probably thought it would produced by Dr. Puke, and then the Gaga lyric got her dragged for months. That's when I tuned out of Miss Petras. I've never listened to Unholy and still don't want. You want to know something? I barely listen to that song too, and I think the reason why is because it was played so damn much. I don't like the song. The first time I heard it was when it was used as a lip sync song last year on Drake. He said, "Can Olivia Rodrigo be a huge star because it's her first album not to have power pop, pop punk, or angry lyrics?" Think so. I mean, her tour is already sold out, so regardless of how well the album does, who knows? But when she gets on stage and performs those songs, trust and believe those little girls are gonna be up in there shouting every. And I said shout. I didn't say sing. They're over there shouting every lyric, word for word. As a fan, I could definitely tell that Olivia isn't having the driver's license or gut momentum, which could be scary, but also she clearly is trying to switch up her sound before it gets repetitive. Yeah, you don't want to be out here doing the same damn thing. The good thing is she experiments because, like Alanis Morris said, since you bring her up, she changed up a lot of her sound. When she did Jack a Little Pill, from all the other albums that she did, like Supposed Form of Infatuation Junkie, a lot of the sonically, the music started to change up after a while. But it was like, yeah, she went from that album, and I think didn't that album go diamond? I wasn't even big on Olivia's first two albums. I bought the Sour CD with the poster, but I've never been a stan until she started wearing pink this year and releasing actual cutesy love songs. Country romantical. But yeah, I remember hearing a lot of those songs when I had to work her show numerous times, the Guts tour. And it did have those angry songs, but we'll see how the album does. I got to listen to it in order to come to that determination. But I still, like I said before, I'm not feeling that new Ariana song. Madonna made a Pride playlist on Spotify. I wonder if they'll put it on Apple, which Apple did allow artists to take over their profiles. Here rests early 2020s wokeness, Dylan Mulvaney, unholy Z them pronouns, Biden's presidency. So, a mess. But anyway, speaking of messes, it looks like we are at the end of today's mess of a show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. Yeah, we did a 4-hour show, 4 hours for 4 days that I was off. So, and it always tends to happen that way. So, yeah, thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode. I'll be back with a brand new episode tomorrow. Um, because I got 3 days off, and then it's back on the grind. We got the Knicks playoffs kicking off, which I think is tomorrow. But that's game one. It's a watch party, but I'll be working Friday or whatever the case is. So yeah, and then they got the Phoebe Bridgers show on Thursday, which I saw social media spreading misinformation about the Phoebe Bridgers situation. That's about, oh, she's charging $1 for the tour. I mean, for this show, whatever the case. First of all, it's a private event. It's for charity. And it is a yonder event, which means they're going to be locking up people's phones. So people be mad over that. It's like, yeah, it's a charity event. So therefore, you cannot have your phones when you're in there. It's all locked up. Unless you have an emergency, whatever the case is, the only way that phone is getting unlocked. But for the most part, you cannot film. And if there is any inclination of somebody holding up anything to take a picture, video, whatever, you do get a warning. The next time they send over the security guard, the third time, your ass is out of the building. So that's how the rules are. So so when they was over there spreading that whole misinformation, and we didn't even find out she was performing until yesterday. That's how tight-lipped and secretive they were about who was performing this private event. You said, trust and believe, I'm gonna be asking you all about Phoebe Bridges on the 4th. Oh, the thing is, I'm not even working that event. They did send out vortexes, but I didn't get to pick one up. So yeah, I'm not working that. They didn't schedule me for the Phoebe Bridgers thing. I know some people are like, I don't even know who that is. I thought about it. But I was like, bitch, I need some rest because I've been working like a slave. Dude, what is that? The letter I? The show was brought to you by the letter I. But anyway, yeah. So love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings. Oh wait, hold on. What he said? Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I was like a title member. Child, who still uses title? But I think you can still get it if you go on. I think it's available on Ticketmaster actually, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't think you necessarily have to be a title subscriber. I think you can get it on um Ticketmaster because I do believe it's available. But anyway, as I said before, love you all for watching. Until next time, ciao, darlings.